Good afternoon, everybody. Happy Sunday. Happy Father's Day to everyone. I hope everybody has been having a lovely weekend. Welcome to Twisted Tragedies, and I am your host, Elise, where we follow all the twists and turns wherever they lead. Hey, good afternoon, everybody. I hope everybody's having a good weekend. I know I am late today, but it's Father's Day. So I had a few things I had to do today before I could come here with all of you lovelies. But I am here now. No fear, I am here. Okay. So I think, let me just get this up here. Share the screen. Hank, and he's our man. If he can't do it, no one can. I feel like if you didn't cry like a giant baby when Hank read his or did his, he didn't even read it. He had it all basically in his head. But if you didn't cry like a giant baby when Hank, and we have an Amazon package. I didn't check my porch yesterday, so it might still actually be on the porch. I don't usually get anything on Saturday, so I actually didn't check the front porch, and that's where Amazon usually puts things. But I will check the porch. I will check the porch, and I will let you know. A surprise? I love surprises. I love surprises. I didn't check, but I promise you I will. Nothing ever gets stolen. I live in a very safe neighborhood, so if it's there, it's probably still there. Okay. They put it on my front porch, and my neighbors, they don't use their front door, so it kinda just sits there until one of us go and check, and I didn't check yesterday because it was Saturday, so and I had a lot of running around to do that was unexpected. Um, Unfortunately, I wanted to do a stream, and then I couldn't because I had more pressing issues with, medical, let's put it that way, medical stuff and, family stuff I had to deal with someone who's sick, so I didn't have a chance to really do much of anything yesterday. I apologize, but it's a good thing that we have. Um, I did not. No, I haven't been on X other than to check my messages, so I haven't seen anything yet. Um, but I will check. I will check later. I haven't really had a chance to do anything other than answer messages and emails from people. I always make sure that I check those daily. But other than that, I haven't scoured social media for much. I have our stop clock still stopped back here, waiting to restart for tomorrow for the verdict. I mean, a lot of those people are horrible. It doesn't shock me at all. We're dealing with people that really don't care about anybody but themselves or who they hurt. Or I haven't even had a chance to check Discord. I haven't even checked that yet either. Um, but we're talking about people that could care less about but anybody else. As long as they think that it'll bring the conspiracists to their stream, they'll say whatever. Doesn't matter who they hurt. Doesn't matter who they lie about. I'm confident um about the verdict. I'm definitely confident about the verdict. That's for sure. Feeling kind of shitty. I woke up a little nauseous today, unfortunately. Um, but that kind of comes along with all the health issues that I have myself. And since I'm last on the list of people to, you know, deal with, it's the kids and everyone else first. Sometimes I forget that I also need time for myself, and I don't often do that. Although this morning, I went with a friend of mine to pick up her Father's Day gift so that I could pick up mine, and it was a nice little 2 hour outing, and then the half hour it took to get there and the half hour back. So it was nice. Hence why I am so late today. But I wouldn't be anxious. Don't be anxious. You know, I don't think anybody can say it better than Hank did, right? And you have to think about it. When these jurors get back into that room and they start looking at these pieces of evidence, they have to start going through the things that either make whatever story they're believing or break whatever story they're believing. Now we know that the first trial, they didn't buy the conspiracy theory, folks. They did not buy it. They didn't even buy it, and they were actually able to hear most of it. This time around, you have the defense crying and whining about, well, why didn't they call Trooper Proctor? Well, why didn't you? And a jury is going to know that they had the right to call Trooper Proctor if they wanted, right? They chose not to. So for them to whine that the Commonwealth didn't call Trooper Proctor, it just doesn't sit well with me. You know, it doesn't make any logical sense. They could have called Trooper Proctor if it was really that important to their case, right? You want to ask him questions? Cool, ask him questions. You want to call Brian Higgins? You want to call Brian Albert? Cool. The defense had every opportunity to call any of those people that they wanted, and yet they didn't. Yet they didn't. So I think Jackson's whole crying and whining about they didn't call Trooper Proctor, but jury's going to know. So the defense could have called them. Why didn't you? Why didn't you? Right? Really, really sad, if you ask me. You know, um, I think Hank pretty much laid it out beautifully for the jurors, which is why is she 20 minutes later saying, nobody knows where you are, John? She claims she dropped him off at the house. Why wouldn't she know where he is? The statement she makes about, I'm expecting to find him on the side of the road. Why would you be expecting to find him on the side of the road? There are things that don't jive with Karen's version of events and Arca's video. Arca's video of them showing that an arm absolutely can do to a taillight what we saw on Karen's vehicle. You know? See, I have a problem with that theory myself. Obviously, I don't have a problem that you have that theory. But for myself, T-Berry, you don't back up at 24 miles per hour accidentally. Now, here's the kicker. Clips from before, from the first trial, right? Karen says specifically, they ask her, did you put the car in reverse? Karen says, no, I never reversed the car. Now they ask her again the other day, did you reverse the car? And her answer was this. She looked right at the camera and said, the data is the data. She couldn't even answer with a yes or a no. Yes or no, Karen, did you reverse the car? The data is the data. Yeah, you reversed the car. And my problem with that is you don't accidentally reverse your car at 24 miles an hour at 74.5% throttle and going up when the tech stream data ends. That's a serious issue. Yeah, that statement, Sarah's right. He didn't look mortally wounded. And then Alan Jackson trying to say, well, that's not what she meant. She meant that when she found him. But that doesn't make any sense because, of course, he was mortally wounded, right? When she found him, he wasn't even breathing. There was no signs of life. Tom was already gone when he was found. They tried to resuscitate, right? They tried to bring him back, but he was gone. And so he didn't look mortally wounded was when she found him. That's absurd. No juror is going to buy that at all. You know? I'm intending on playing some of it today, as you can see, because I think it's really important for people who didn't listen to it or listened to it the first time, but didn't really hear the weight of what he was laying out. I had to listen to it a couple times because I was so emotional the first time that I was listening. I heard him, but it got better. When I listened to it again, I was like, oh, like I was so emotional the first time, like that part of my mind didn't hear that part. So I listened to it. Yeah, she had sensors, right? And a reverse camera. You definitely can't back your car up at 24 miles an hour on accident. And if 20 minutes later you're calling his phone saying nobody knows where you are when you clearly did, to me, the only reason you would be saying that is if you know what happened and you're setting it up so that no one knows what happened. You think nobody saw you and that he's just going to be found and that'll be that. You know, that will be that. I don't know. you know? Well, that's the problem, right? You can't say it's an accident if you jammed your car into reverse at but again, she told the media that she never reversed her car until the text stream data came out that showed that she did. Last trial, it was no, I didn't reverse the car. Now it's the data is the data. Steve, we know who did it. Then her and Jackson, we don't know who did it, and it's not for us to know. All of these contradictory statements. I was expecting to find him by the side of the road. I was expecting to find him there. Why would you be expecting to find him on the side of the road instead of on the couch? If you left him at Fairview and you saw him go to the door, as she claimed a year and a half later, but never told the police that. She told them she did not see him go in the house. Then why wouldn't you ask Jen McCabe, like, hey, when did he leave? Instead, she says to Jen McCabe, well, I left him at the waterfall. Jen's like, no, we saw you out front of my sister's. There's just too many things that don't jive. So if I'm a jury, I go through all of these, right? The defense says there's no collision, no collision, no collision, no collision. The problem with that, obviously, is that she reverses said car. Within seconds of her reversing that car that she's driving, John's phone stops moving forever. In that very spot that John is found after 6. The phone doesn't move. The battery temperature goes lower and lower. Until he's found, the phone starts moving again, and the temperature starts to go up. There is dirt and grass underneath John, which means he couldn't have been there at 2 or 3 in the morning. Couldn't have been dragged out there at 2 or 3 in the morning because there's no snow underneath him. There would have been snow underneath him. There was dirt and ground, which means he had been laying there since it had started snowing. Who shit? Are you suggesting that somebody else was driving her vehicle? Because not even her or her defense team is suggesting somebody else is driving her vehicle. They are not saying that she wasn't driving the vehicle. They're not saying that she didn't back it up at 24 miles an hour. The media just asked her that. That's not even in debate. It's not debate whether she reversed the car and she was the one driving. That's not even in debate in this case at all. The defense isn't debating that she reversed her car. So, I mean, what do you mean who said she reversed? A, the data, and B, Karen herself. No one else, not even the defense, is saying that someone else was driving Karen's car or that she didn't reverse said car. Do you notice that they didn't get a tech stream expert to say, this can't be right? She didn't back that car up. The defense already agreed she was the one driving, right? Hence, she's the one who backed the car up. So that's like a nonsensical argument to make, considering the defense isn't even arguing that she wasn't the one driving. So, yeah. Karen didn't go home. She went to John's house, number 1. Number 2, once again, she backed that car up at 23.5 miles per hour at 74.5% acceleration. So, yeah. That's the data. That's the hard fact. Oh, yeah. We're not doing trolls today. I'll just bounce you. I really don't care. I have none whatsoever to want to deal with them. None. 0. No one is disputing that she reversed that car, not even her own defense team. No, they're only watching the parts that they think are good for them, which actually end up being a complete disaster for them. That's very clear. What's 11.62 data? I don't even know what that means, nor do I think that you do know what it means. I think you're just spewing talking points from the cult that you think make sense that don't. See, and that's the problem with pretending to know things about things you have no idea about. Oh, no, she definitely never called anyone to look. She didn't call anyone to look. She never called 911. She didn't do a damn thing. Didn't do a damn thing. Didn't do a damn thing. I didn't. Unfortunately, Jack, I didn't. I intended to do. Okay. let me just fill you in, boss Mimi, real quick on some facts here. No, she wouldn't have hit Higgins' Jeep. Higgins' Jeep was all the way over near the driveway past the mailbox, number one. Number two, Higgins left between 12 and 12:30. And three, let's just make abundantly clear here that not even the text stream data knows where she stopped or where she began. We know she began somewhere over near 32 Fairview, not 34, 32. So even if she went 60 feet from where the end of 32 was, she still wouldn't have got to where Higgins' Jeep was. Thanks for playing, though. Thanks for playing. No, but she said 11.62. See, that's the part that, like, let's know some data here, folks. Yeah, but notice she wrote 11:62 as in like 11 hours and 62 minutes because once again, people have no idea what they're talking about. I'm not either, Jack. Oh, that's the funny. That's the new talking point. What evidence? Well, I don't know. Taillight shards in his clothes that the size of a rice. The fact that she backed her car up at 24 miles an hour. The phone never moved again until he was found. Things like ground underneath him and not snow because he couldn't have been put out there because there's no snow underneath him. Logic. You know, stuff like that. Oh, you poor thing. This is patently false. There is no proof any Ring camera footage at John's house was altered in any way, shape, or form. But there is that things were deleted. And the only one who would have deleted them would have been Karen, considering they don't help her. They hurt her. Don't you think she would want them to have when she came back if her taillight wasn't busted, right? That one's magically missing. And then, of course, the one where she shows Jen and Carrie, her taillight, that one's also magically missing. Gee, wonder where that went. It literally is. I have no patience today. I will just whack trolls. I have no patience, none whatsoever. I do these streams, especially on the weekends, to bring us all together, but I am not going to have nonsensical arguments about things that make no logical sense whatsoever. And 10 seconds of research would show you that that couldn't possibly be true yet. You're still saying it. Oh, Roberto, you poor thing. You don't know how streaming works. That's so cute. There's hundreds of people watching. I'm streaming on multiple platforms, darling. You poor thing. Oh, that's the only kind of insult you got. You might want to bring that back. Cult HQ is calling. I think I hear them screaming for you, Roberto. You might want to go find them. They need their trolls back. They need them back. You guys have a new thing to do here. Thank you, Jack. I appreciate your super sticker. If you would like to donate to the channel, I'd appreciate it to keep our channel running and bringing you this content. Whacking trolls when they say ridiculous nonsense is a pastime of mine today, apparently. But we would appreciate it. We have things like Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Revolut, and we rely on the kindness of you guys to keep our channel running. So, of course, thank you in advance if you choose to donate to the channel. And I appreciate everybody who continues to support the channel, because without you, I don't know where we would be, to be honest. Oh, Jack, thank you. Jack sends 2222. I love that number. 22222. Thank you, Jack. I appreciate you, my friend. And a big smiley face. I love it. I love the smiley face. I love it, love it, love it. Okay. Now that we're hopefully done playing Whack-A-Troll for a little bit. I mean, again, that's what we have mods for, right? You guys can play Whack-A-Troll. Oh, the non-existent tiers, the ones that don't exist, Sandra, I don't have a ton in the justice system to begin with for all the shitty things that have happened, when it comes to stuff that has to do with this case. But I do have faith in Hank. I have faith that Hank put this case together in the best way possible. Last time, they didn't buy a conspiracy theory. Let's all remember, there was no conspiracy theory last time. The jury said, nope. They said we didn't buy the conspiracy theory. So I don't know what would make people think that they're going to buy it this time. Think about that. Even with Lally doing it, okay, and not Hank, they still didn't buy the conspiracy theory. They got much less of that conspiracy theory this time around. So let's all keep that in the forefront of our minds, folks. It's like a game of Cluedo. It was Colin in the basement with his knuckles and a dog, or is it Higgins in the garage with the dog? Oh, it could be the garage or the basement or the front yard, or they don't even know. Colonel Mustard, right? Yes, Anna, in the library with a candlestick. uh, you know, there's still some of that going around, unfortunately, that, they could help many people. It's funny because some of these national organizations have been called for various things that have to do with this case, yet I haven't seen a single one of them do a goddamn thing. That's the sad part. It's unfortunate, but it's the truth. Fake Kleenex, yeah. Well, that's the thing is she wanted to come off as, "Oh, I'm so sad. I am the victim." And that worked for about 10 seconds. Not only was it so fake, but just a few seconds later she turned right back to her smirks and smiles. That's what they do, Anna. They just go, "Oh my god, you only have this amount of people watching." They don't seem to understand how streaming works at all. There's a reason why I don't use YouTube to stream and I use StreamYard. That is so I can stream on multiple platforms at once. So the number they see is not the total number of people watching. The number I see up here above my head is the total number of people watching. So I find it funny when they come in here and say stupid shit like that, because it just shows that they have no idea how to stream, what streaming's like, or how to do any of it. And that's the only insult that they can give. It's amazing. Amazing. Well, a lot of people do. Well, that I think that they're having a hard time. I think they're having a hard time. I think they're upset. I think they're upset. they're out they're going to be out every day no matter what happens. But I get it, Sandra, believe me, I understand. I do. You know? I get it. Well, you know what? We have a wonderful community, so that's what they're missing out on. People who actually care about each other, people who actually check in on one another. We make sure if someone's not here, we're checking in on them. They're making sure they're okay. They don't need anything. We don't have to. And that's what I love about this community is it's not just a community to come and place and watch things like true crime and understand it, and for me to teach, part of the law when it comes to this so that other people can take that knowledge and then apply it to other cases and things that they watch. Um, but it's a community of a really amazing, smart, funny, intelligent people from all over the world that have all sorts of different experiences that they bring to the table and that they bring when it comes to this. It's not Sprite lemonade, it's Sprite chill. It's cherry lime Sprite. I like anything with cherry, but it's really good. Not gonna lie. I don't usually drink soda, but I made an exception for today. And it's delicious. Well, that's half the problem, all the misinformation, right? Hence, part of the reason I come here is to correct some of that because it hurts people. Misinformation hurts people. It actually hurts. It has a human toll. It hurts everyday lives and everyday people. And the people spreading it, they have to live with the fact that they've hurt people. Doesn't seem like they care much. They just want to rake in the money. I get it. But if you have to lie to do that, then what's your channel really worth? If you have to lie to bring in viewers, if you have to lie to bring in money, I won't do that. And if that means the channel one day doesn't exist, then so be it. I don't understand it. Have a little moral compass, just like a smidge, a little integrity, just this much, goes a long way. Doesn't seem like all that many people have it, unfortunately. It's unfortunate, but we've seen it, you know? Thank you, Emily. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. The weird random dog that had no DNA. Yeah, they dropped everything except for that. Missing lower jaw teeth and impossibly tagged only one of John's arms. Not only that, but like, hey, that didn't kill him. So we're going with a dog did bit him and what? And did what? Thank you, Emily. I appreciate this comment. It really means a lot to me. MYB says, Happy Father's Day to everyone except Bill Reed. I mean, Smithers probably bought him something nice, you know. Maybe he bought him a neck pillow for Mr. Burns. A neck pillow for that, baby roll neck, you know. Yes, a lot of people got gifted memberships. I did a couple the other day. Tracy did a bunch. So a bunch of you guys got them. I was happy to see a lot of you guys got them. Right? And when they came in, it turns out that it was Karen with her Lexus at 34 Fairview. Isn't that a shock? The shock and horror that we didn't already know that. DNA-free dogs on sale now in Canton. Anna. Right? You have to watch it. Like, you pick up something different every single time you watch it, you know? But it is delicious. It's cherry lime or cherry. Yeah, cherry lime. Oh yeah, the documentary crews have been out for the last couple weeks, especially the end of the trial. They want to see, the end. She's found not guilty. It's not the judicial system. I blame the FKRs who corrupted the jury pool. I have to believe that Hank picked these, jurors and knew what he was doing to look out for anything that might be a little suspicious. And last trial, a lot of those jurors were thrown off before the trial ended. At this time, we haven't seen anybody. That's a good sign, That is a very good sign. Maestro said, I watched AJ's closing and I'm pretty sure it was Jen who hired Arca to pay off Gary, who trained Chloe to harass Randy into making the Google search. I love this, Maestro. I love this. There should be an intelligence test to have a lot of kind of jobs, including police officers or lawyers, because it seems like, yes, you can do multiple choice and you can memorize things, but common sense lacks in intelligence in all different kinds. Me either, Sandra, but it's unfortunate. A lot of people have been hearing a lot of nonsensical BS and they just roll with it and they keep going with it and going with it and going with it and going with it. They were fed a lot of crap to believe into this conspiracy to begin with. Things like Taillight was found on top of the snow, which we also have video of that didn't happen, right? You'll never hear the sewer turtle talk about Taillight on top of the snow again. He stopped talking about it probably 8 months in when it was proven there's video showing how they found the pieces of Taillight, and that shovels were used and the blower. So he stopped talking about it. He'll never correct the record. He'll never say, I was wrong about that, guys. I apologize. Now, the problem with that is he was fed that information by Karen. All of the little things he was saying were nefarious and shady. He was being fed by Karen. So if Karen was feeding him that information and that information ended up being completely false, then why would anybody think Karen's telling the truth? Hello, McFly, wake up. But that's the crap. They've been fed crap. They've been fed crap for a long time. The whole cult is confused, Maestro. We know they're all confused. You know what I'm saying? I definitely think they started to look at the pieces of evidence because they want them to look at the evidence first, So I definitely think that they started to look at the evidence. I don't think they took a vote yet, but thank you, Joy, for your super sticker. I appreciate that. Well, they don't. You're right, Anna. And we know this all too well. Anybody who's dealt with a narcissist knows that. They're the victims, everybody else is the bad person, and we're dealing with quite a few narcissists when it comes to this trial to begin with. Not just Karen herself, but the sewer turtle and all of his, grifting grifters that jump on the back of that. It's unfortunate that once presented with evidence, people couldn't use their common sense and go, wait a second. We were told this, this, and this, and now we have evidence that this, and this don't exist, and these things weren't true. So now we got to go back and look again. There were only a small handful of us that were able to do that. Everyone else just kept pushing on. They were just like, nope, we're just going to keep saying it. It's bringing in money. We're going to keep saying it. They have to live with that and the damage that they caused. They didn't try to correct their misinformation, not even a little. And they're the ones who have to live with that. Not that it seems like it bothers any of them, because it sure seems like it doesn't, I think if it's hung again, she might want to take a plea deal, because I don't see the Commonwealth, not Norfolk County, not here in Massachusetts, not trying her again. I think they will try her again, They would send her to some sort of treatment. She's very clearly an alcoholic. I mean, that's not a shock. if she should have stopped drinking after all this happened, and clearly she has not, clearly. And also, in my opinion, Kings, I would put that in the judicial system for not sequestering the jury the way they should have in the first and in the second trial. Yes, it is taking people's, you know, rights technically when you sequester a jury, which is why they don't like doing it. But if that's there's a reason sequestration for juries exists. It's to keep them in a bubble so that they can't. It was originally so they couldn't go through the newspaper and read details and things of that nature. Now, social media. Um, Unfortunately, sometimes it's necessary. And in high profile cases like this is why it exists. Yet it is never used. And I think that's an injustice. Time to use the tools that you have been given to use to make sure that the jurors can't just go read all this nonsensical BS, you know? Well, she never will. Oh, hey, Rena. Thank you so much for your super chat. I appreciate you, my friend. Hey, James. Well, do you remember the headline where it was like, happiest murder defendant? That's a headline she got. Was like, happiest murder defendant because she kept smiling every time she came in, Right. Chloe had no DNA, right? Interesting story, James, that about how they recovered DNA from a mummified wolf species. Now, a lot of the times they still recover DNA from these remains that have been there for quite a while. But, Chloe had a pig's ear and had no DNA on it, guys. Hello, cult thinking, common sense. I did notice that. It was very little of him mentioning Jen or Carrie. Oh, because he probably wanted Jen, Jen, Jen. I mean, at least she probably wanted Jen, 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 Jen. And the problem with that is that's been debunked. We know now for 1,000% fact, like we did after the first trial, that Jen Googled it when she said she did. And Karen asked an EMT the same question. So there's no doubt that it was Karen asking the question. You know what I'm saying? We talked about Steve Scanlon here. It was started by, I mean, how does Steve Scanlon live with himself, is what I'd like to know. How does Steve Scanlon not step forward and say, this is not what happens? I did not tell Alan Jackson that or David Yannetti, and this is what actually happened. Why? Why not take some responsibility since you started the nonsensical theory? Why not? I couldn't imagine living with myself not fixing something I created, even if it was by accident. You know, I don't know. I did notice, but we're going to watch some of it anyway. Oh, in my opinion, he crossed that line. He entered third party culprit a few times in that closing. And as we knew, he would try to sneak it in. We all knew he would attempt to do that. And he did. He definitely went way over Bowden, straight into third party. And Hank didn't object. I mean, it's rare that people object during closing, but I would have. Sorry, but you're not allowed to delve into third party. It's just not a thing, you know? Well, that's the thing. Those are facts, right? We know that her car also backs up at 24 miles an hour at 74.5% pedal when the text stream data stops and increasing. Then John's phone stops moving forever. So what happened in that 30 seconds then? He got beat up in front of Karen with her car there. Although his phone never moves, he gets dragged into the house or the garage or the basement or wherever. And although his phone never moves and it's found in his pocket and there's grass underneath him, he's thrown out there at 3 a.m. where there would be snow underneath him, not grass and dirt underneath him. It doesn't make sense. There's very easy details to say, wait a second, that couldn't have happened because this happened. And you can't drag someone out there and put them back out there at 2 or 3 in the morning because there would be snow underneath him, not dirt. It just doesn't compute with these people because they have to be right. And if they're not right, they don't want to admit they're wrong because that means that the entirety of the last 2 or 3 years has been a farce, that they have donated money and time and blood and sweat and tears to a actual murderer who lied to them and to actual other people that lied to them. And to come to that realization is too hard for people. Instead of saying, you know what, I might have been wrong. It might have been wrong, and holy shit, I need to make amends for the shitty people that I have been supporting and the shitty things that I've said about other people that clearly can't be true and that I might have been wrong. Nope. You think they do that? No, they keep pushing on and doubling and tripling and quadrupling down because if they have to admit they were wrong, then that means they did some pretty heinous shit and they don't want to come to that realization. Some people do, and they quietly walk away and never say anything again. Plenty of people have just walked away and never spoke another word about this when they figured out they were wrong. I couldn't do that. Because if you spread misinformation and you help do it, you need to help undo it when you realize you're wrong. In my eyes, you have some responsibility. I get it. Some people, have kids, families they're trying to protect against the mob, and I understand why. Just for me as a person, it wouldn't be the right thing for me. Have to correct the things that were said that were wrong, you know? Oh, yeah, skips an entire large chunk, you know? A large chunk of it because that doesn't go with his theory, right, Maestro? It doesn't go with his nonsensical theory. Oh, they'll do a trial 3 if they have to. They will. It was not very good. It was all over the place. It was kind of bounce here, bounce there, Higgins. If you actually believe that a jury is going to believe that their play fighting in a bar somehow is them practicing for murdering John, I think you've lost your ever loving mind. You're in Boston, Alan Jackson. We do this shit all the time in a bar. There's no chance anyone on that jury believes that that was some sort of, ahead of time play practice. No one. I couldn't even believe he said that. Especially since when he did questioning about it, he's like, I'm not suggesting that they're actually fighting or that they're actually. So what are you suggesting then? You know what I mean? Come on. That makes no sense. Cheryl Lynn, a lot of them are not just bots, but you would be surprised how many of them actually make fake accounts and have more than a dozen, 2 dozen, 3 dozen, 4 dozen fake accounts. The most core members, and I'd say there's at least 30, 40 of them, actually have dozens of fake accounts. I literally kid you not. It is a fact, a well-known fact privately, because they've been caught using dozens and dozens of fake accounts. I mean, we had one here the other day that literally had to make 3 separate fake accounts to keep coming back after they were thrown out of the chat. Who the hell has that kind of time? Thank you again, Funny Bunny, aka Rena. I really appreciate your super chat. I thought the same thing, my friend. She's drinking a lot for somebody with all those health problems. I have a lot of health problems. I drink maybe vacation, a wedding, a birthday party, something of that nature, maybe the Super Bowl, less than 10 times a year. So she's drinking weekly, not monthly, not every other month, weekly, every week or every weekend. Yeah, I mean, we all have some disdain for them at this point. Oh, yeah, she would absolutely rather do a whole nother trial than admit any responsibility at all, Joy. You are 100% correct. But again, we're talking about narcissists. They just don't. I heard Richard Green refuse to testify again. He said he would not do it. And I can't blame him. He's not going to get up there and look like a fool for a second time. Would you? If I knew that the information I had was debunked and that I read it incorrectly, I mean, the guy got on the stand and apologized. Then you want him to get up there and lie again after his apology? I mean, that's not something I'd want to do. Not something I'd want to do. Oh, that was beautiful. And of course, we're going to watch that, but that was beautiful, Kim, of him using Arca's own video to say, they said last year, and they did. Last time Arca said a arm could not do that type of damage to a taillight. That was part of their testimony. It's in the goddamn transcripts. They said that. They said it could not make that much damage on a taillight. Yet, there it is, folks. There it is. I'm guessing it could be tomorrow or Tuesday. Tomorrow or Tuesday, I would guess. That's what I would guess because they have a whole day tomorrow. You know, that's exactly what you got to do, Anna. Just tune them out. Don't feed the trolls, man. Don't feed them. It's toxic. You know, And all they have really is a bunch of nonsensical, wild speculation and things like, "There's no evidence John was hit by a car." That's the stupidest statement I have ever heard. "There's no evidence John was hit by a car." You mean besides the taillight pieces in his clothing and the taillight found at the scene under the snow and the fact that there's dirt underneath him and the damage to the tail? You mean those pieces of evidence? The fact that his phone stops moving just seconds after Karen's car backs up? You mean that evidence? Oh, you're right. There's none, right? I mean, that's just such a nonsensical thing to say. Once again, if you go back to how cults are made, it actually has a lot to do with people mantras, people repeating it to them over and over. They repeat it and then they believe it because they're repeating it. So if you don't notice something the sewer turtle or one of his confidants say, they will verbatim repeat it verbatim over and over and over and over because they saw 75 other people say it. So now here they are saying it until the point where they believe it. That's how people are brainwashed. That's literally how cults work, where they're just told things over and over and over until they actually believe them. Again, that's like psychology 101 information anyone can find about how it works. Yet, we're still in this predicament. I mean, it's amazing to me. It's amazing how anybody could miss that. Saying something does not make it so. So saying there's no evidence he was hit by a car does not make it so. There's a ton of evidence that he was hit by that car. And once again, Karen's own team is not saying that she wasn't the one driving the car. They're not saying she wasn't the one who backed the car up. As a matter of fact, Karen's words were, "The data is the data," when I asked her this time if she backed the car up. First trial, she said she did not reverse that car. She did not reverse that car. Second trial, she said the data is the data. Why? Because she knows that text stream data couldn't have been altered. Her defense experts are the ones who extracted it. So what's she going to say? Her own experts messed it up? It can't be altered. So she knows she can't say that. So they're not even arguing that she's not the one driving the car, that she's not the one who backed the car up at that time. They weren't even arguing that. What does that tell you? Karen's own statement of she never put the car in reverse and didn't back up versus her statement now when they ask her is the data is the data. How does FKR land rectify those statements that don't match up? Right? How? How do they? How do they? It does not compute. It does not fit together. It's all the same talking points over and over and over. All nonsensical talking points that have zero truth to them, just pure, utter speculation and nonsense, but talking points nonetheless. Yeah. So, yeah, the defense tried to stick improper slides in that they were not approved to have, of course. Slime balls. These guys have tried to sneak something in at every point, A lot of people haven't worked with people as slimy as that, but they thought they could sneak it in. And once the jury sees it, you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. Once they've seen it, once they've heard it, the judge can say, we're striking it all she wants, but they've already heard it. You can't just strike it from your memory. That's not the way it works. We're humans. So if it's said, we now remember it. They know that. Every attorney knows that. So it's worth a shot to say it anyway, get it in there. And hey, if it's struck from the record, it's struck from the record, but the jury still heard it. That's what Alan Jackson tried to do when it came to the slides. Sneak things in. He knew we're not approved on purpose, just like he did many times through the trial. I don't think it's going to help him, but hey, he's got to pull more slimy moves, Lots of bots. Lots of bots, lots of just fake accounts as well. Lots of people who have a ton of fake accounts. Remember that. Yeah, that's just insane to me, Yeah, practicing boxing if Chloe was the plan. Also, somebody else pointed out, why is Chloe helping Brian Higgins? Wouldn't Chloe be helping John considering or Brian Albert? Why would Chloe be helping Higgins? That doesn't even make any sense. Happy Father's Day, J-Rock. Right, happy last night of freedom, Karen. Yeah, there's a ton of footage too. That whole he barely got greeted. John gave Higgins a hug. That's the barely greeted, and I love that Hank pointed that out. They're going to because it's the end. It's when the verdict is read, and what they think is they're going to get down there and she's going to be found not guilty of everything and they're going to be able to celebrate right there in the street. That's what they're hoping. That's why they show up right when the verdict is read. The foreman, I don't know how young or old he is, but he is black. Yep. I don't know how young or old, but that was reported. Um, it's reported that the jury was anywhere between their 20s and 40s ish. You know, you can also look like you're in your 20s or 40s and be in your 30s or 50s, or you know what I mean? Can look a lot of ways. Doesn't mean that's actually your age. Without my gray hair, I look a little younger than I actually am. Yeah, well, Karen, of course, lied about that in the beginning too. Well, we weren't invited. She was, you know, and then she admits later on, like, Jen invited us. Well, you said in the first interview that you didn't know if you were invited. Then there's an interview where she says, Jen invited us. So which one is it, Karen? Which one? Which one? Oh, yeah. So that's the thing. The polls on Court TV and Law and Crime, they're so skewed towards FKR. It's not even funny. So you can't even get an actual idea of common sense people. Go do a poll in the legal community itself, outside of YouTube. Do a poll in the legal community of what they think. I think you'll find very different results. I think you'll agree with me, Joy. It'd be very different results. They did. They said an arm could not break the taillight. And so did ARCA, except we know that it did. And we know that it can. Thanks, ARCA. Appreciate you. I don't think they will. I think they'd have to bow out for a third time. It is a little nerve-wracking, but I definitely have to believe in Hank. And I believe that it'll be tomorrow or Tuesday and we will get a verdict. Even if they charge her, remember, it's not just the 3 charges she was charged with. There are lesser included. And I fully believe that she will be found guilty, even if it's a lesser included. Oh yeah, I do too. Funny, right? It's always at like 2, 3, 4 in the morning. And then I wake up and I'm like, really though? Really? I added a no drinking driving photo to my profile. I love you. Oh yeah, remember they said that she'd be found not guilty so fast, so quick. This would be so easy. 6 days later. 5, 6 days later. Yeah, Monday or Tuesday. That's my belief that it will be Monday or Tuesday. I think it was 6 days, 28 hours, something crazy like that last time, and that was for a hung jury. Remember that? I think a lot of people will be disappointed if she's not found guilty, but I definitely fully believe that she'll be found guilty on at least the whatchamacallit, the manslaughter. So even if they don't want to hop for murder too, they have the option of getting her on the manslaughter DUI. And I think there's a pretty damn good chance that that's what she's found guilty of. Randy was awesome. Footage of their event before the trial. It's like a science. Yeah, because they're Looney Tunes. Like clown car Looney Tunes, Yes, thanks, Randy. We appreciate that. Appreciate you, Randy. I am live, my darling. I will check your message, obviously, as I always do, because I love your stinking face. Yeah, I get the same thing all the time, Well, that's another thing. Remember, she's probably not sleeping well right now. That's the sad part, Kings. That's the sad part. Hung is her best chance. It's her best chance. Very. Alessi in general is embarrassing. I don't know. I bet she does in her closet, probably. I don't think there's any chance of acquittal either, Shannon. I agree with you. I don't think there's any chance that she gets acquitted. I know that Hank did a good job when it comes to this jury. Let's remember he picked this jury. If there's anyone that he even got the slightest suspicion that they were a little shady, he would have used his strikes to get rid of them. Yeah, she's done a lot of damage, and not just to the community in Canton. It goes far beyond Canton at this point. Like way beyond. We're talking way beyond that. Sacrifices to her goddess. Imagine. Oh my god. I agree with you, Maui. She is a pushover. Kanoni is a pushover, you know? But I don't know how you sleep at night if you're Karen. I guess narcissists, they're able to sleep, you know? They don't care. But I fully believe that we won't get a hung jury. I fully believe that we will get a resolution to this either tomorrow or Tuesday. Hopefully tomorrow. Well, that's, again, they're faceless and nameless because they're cowards. They're cowards. They're the same 10 people over and over again, just using sock accounts. And they think that the only way of getting their point across is to try to insult someone based on what color eyeshadow they wear. Apparently, my eyeshadow is not appropriate for them. So they don't love it. Okay. They don't love it. Um, Things like how much money someone makes, where they live, whether they own a house or not, whether they own a car or five. I mean, it's deplorable. It's really just deplorable. Well, that's the thing. They post the exact same thing over and over and over. So it's kind of like, you know, in your face that you know. Please like, definitely. I would appreciate that. I'm trying to get down to all these comments. Hi, Laura. And I'm trying to get. I feel old, Maui. I know, but I do look younger without all the gray, to be fair. My gray is like really just in the front. It like stops like right around here ish. Um, but I look a lot younger when my hair is not gray in the front. I need to do some dyeage. I just haven't had time. She gave them way too much leeway, Joy. Way too much. I've never seen a judge bend over like that ever. I think she needs to reevaluate the way she runs her courtroom. You know? Yeah, the whole redirect, recross is insane to me. You know? That's the sad part is you believe a pathological liar. The man has diabetes, could not tell the truth if you paid him $1 million to tell the truth. Okay. Yet there are people that actually make the statement of he always tells the truth. And I have to sit here and just laugh. Probably laugh until you pee yourself because that's so past reality. It's not even funny. The man does not know how to tell the truth. Why? Because he's hiding too many of his own secrets and lies. He can't tell the truth. He just can't. He literally can't. You know? Maybe they're like, "Hey, here's your last weekend, Karen. Done with you." You know? That's what they do. They just keep over and over and over and over. You know, praying is a good idea. Pray to whatever thing up there that you believe in. It doesn't have to be a god. It could be the air. It can be, you know, someone who's passed away that you love. Like you just say a little prayer, you know, and that's it. We have the truth, and the truth doesn't change. You know, I also fully believe in karma, and I believe what goes around comes around. I do think they will understand the data, Sandra. I'm with you on that. I fully believe they will. You know, Monday or Tuesday. Yeah, see, I think Monday every time it goes past more than 2 or 3 days, it's going to go down because it's most likely hung jury after that time. So, I say tomorrow or Tuesday as well, you know? Give the jury the courage to do what needs to be done. Well, that's the other thing. I think Hank got the last word, right? So, he got in there everything that needed to be said. You know, well, that depends, Maui. That really depends on which charges she's found guilty on and which ones she's not. If it's the lesser included, it's obviously a little less time, but not, you know, even the manslaughter is still quite a bit of time if she's found guilty on the other two as well. It really depends on which combination of what charges she's found guilty on to know how many years she'll do. So until we know that, I couldn't even possibly guess because it all depends on there are like mandatory minimums. So some charges hold like a minimum of 3 years up to this amount. So we'll have to see, you know, exactly. Maybe they wanted this weekend to just woosah, not have to deal with anything, get back in there tomorrow and get it done, you know? I'd have to look up the max for manslaughter DUI, but I believe it's 15, maybe 20, around there somewhere. It's still a hefty time. She's 40 something years old. That'd still be the rest of basically her good part of her life, you know? right? Maybe she can have ham sandwiches and bologna sandwiches at Framingham, MCI Spa of Framingham. She can jump in her jumpsuit and eat her ham sandwiches and, mystery meat sandwiches from her cell. I would start getting worried past Wednesday morning time, you know? I'd have to look up what the mandatory minimum to the maximum is on man, because it's not just manslaughter. I think it's manslaughter while DUI. That's a different, they're two separate charges. So I'd have to look, but like I said, it's around 15, I think, 15 or 20. Those clips, I believe, will be her downfall. I 100% believe that those clips will be her downfall. You know, that's a good question, Anna. I don't know. But since I deal with that kind of harassment on a daily basis from these people, I'm guessing that they didn't listen to the people who tried to teach them that if you have nothing nice to say, shut your fucking mouth and maybe move on. Especially when you have nothing better to do than keep harassing people you don't even actually know. You don't even actually know. I can't imagine harassing people I don't know or just harassing people in general. Like, what kind of time, like, you have time to harass people? Like, what? I think that's why she chose not to change them, not to change the slips this time, because last time the defense, whined and bitched and argued about them being changed and then complained that the jury was confused. Well, if the jury was confused, they were confused by your slip, because no other jury in that courthouse has ever been confused on how to fill out the jury slip. So I agree with you, Anna. I would love that as well, Jackie. I would love that. I feel like there's definitely more than a 50-50 chance, but I respect your opinion, my friend. Yeah, he wants to walk. He wants to go play golf, Kings. He wants to go play golf. Remember, you complained about not being able to play golf. Like, come on, guy. You could still play golf, and I'm sure you probably are still playing in golf, Mr. Reed. I think she will give a proper sentence because I believe she is actually furious with the BS that they pulled during this trial. So if she's found guilty, I actually do think that Judge Canoni will throw the book at her. I kid you not. That is my feeling. Most judges have to remain like like they're not gonna, lose their shit. And usually in the end, you'll see some of them actually lose their shit on the defendant and say, you've taken no responsibility for any of this. Your crimes are deplorable. I'm giving you the maximum. Like, so I do believe that the judge will have a few words to say at the end of this. And yeah, the clips, you guys have to keep going back to the clips. That's the thing. Doubt has to be reasonable. It can't just be any doubt. And that's what these people seem to forget, you know? That would be nice one day, Laura. It would be. I don't bet on it, but it would be. It would be nice. I didn't see it. The alert went off and I was, hold on one second, guys. I hear. Sorry, I thought I heard knocking on my door, but I think it was just my neighbor because I'm like, not expecting anyone today. That's weird. But I did get the alert and I was at the healthcare facility, so I could not watch it. But I plan on trying to watch it today. I think there's going to be quite a few of those. Not just witness intimidation, but quite a few other charges that have yet to be given out yet. Let's just put it that way. You know? It's a good opinion, Amber. Yes, please do hit that like button. I would appreciate it. Yeah, I agree. They want to walk out with their son and they want to, be with their son, but that's not possible, you know? Not possible because Karen took his life and won't take responsibility, you know? I have no idea. I love Matt. Matt's great. I find that I go and look at Matt's stuff after I'm live. And it's funny because throughout the day of like when we're here and I'm here with you guys, he's actually giving like the exact same legal argument most of the time that I am. So I'm like, most of the people that I check on, actual lawyers that don't have time for the BS, but give, their opinion here and there, it's always the same as what mine is. And I go check it later on and I'm like, I've been saying this for weeks. I think there's no chance that she doesn't get a guilty on the OUI charge itself or leaving the scene because she admitted to it. She said, I shouldn't have been driving. Like, okay, yeah, you were definitely over the limit, you know? Wednesday, that's a good guess. It was very sad, Jack. We're all looking forward to that. There's a lot of backstory, Sherilyn. If I could tell you guys everything that I know privately, you'd probably shit yourself. A lot of it's really sad though. The stuff that I deal with when I'm not here with you guys, the amount of people I've had to walk off of the ledge from feeling like to get the harassment to stop, they should just end the existence of life is deplorable and disgusting. And I don't wish that on anyone. As we know, my dad committed suicide because apparently he didn't feel like there was anybody he could tell about the way he was feeling. And I don't have him for Father's Day, right? I don't have my dad to be like, happy Father's Day, Dad, or to play with my kids, or to be at my wedding. I had a stand-in song for the father-daughter dance at my wedding, which was really hard. And maybe if my dad didn't live with that stigma and he felt like he could tell someone the way he was feeling, someone could have pulled him off that ledge too. And for the amount of people who have gotten harassment for something they didn't even do or lies being spread about them to feel like they should be on the edge of that is the most disgusting, deplorable thing I have ever seen in my entire life. And if that means that I need to spend 6, 8, 10, 12 hours on the phone with someone, I will, and I have numerous times because I'm not going to let them get off the phone until I know that they're okay. And this is something we've been screaming from the rooftops for a long time, which is something needs to be done. This can't be allowed to continue to happen to people. You can't spread lies and misinformation and smear people with bullshit that isn't even true and then have your mob harass them into oblivion because you don't like them. While your own life is a giant dumpster fire and you're hiding secrets. I mean, what kind of person do you have to be to think that that's okay? I can answer that. A piece of shit. That's what kind of human. And every single one of these YouTubers that are raking in the dollars, lying to their audience, are helping that happen. And that's where I draw the line. If you're helping that happen, you're a disgusting human. And I hope that every single day that you rake in the super chats and the donations by lying to your audience, you live with the fact that you contributed to the harassment of innocent people and the mental torture of innocent people. You have to live with that. That's a weight on your shoulders, not mine. No, they wouldn't. You're right. Most of them wouldn't have even allowed it for 10 seconds. you know, that's another thing. The jury has to know at this point that Alan Jackson has lied to them. And that's not going to work well for him. You know, it's just not. Karma doesn't always come when we want it to, guys, but it does come. I fully believe in it. It comes. It might not always come when we want it. It might not be insta karma, which is the best kind, right? But it does come. Good or bad, I've experienced it. I put good karma into this world any possible way that I can, and I might not be able to help people when it comes to money because I'm a low income family with disabilities and a sick kid. So I don't have money to give, but what I do have to give is a lot more valuable. It's information. And I can help people navigate all sorts of things that they need to get the help that they need. You can't put a tag of money on that. Sometimes all someone needs is a hug or a friend or someone to tell them it's going to be okay. Sometimes they don't need money. Sometimes they just need a human. And I think a lot of us have seemed to forget that just doing something kind bringing dinner to your neighbor or a friend so that they don't have to cook one day. Or maybe they're eating ramen because the grocery bill is too high and you just brought them dinner. They didn't know what they were going to eat tomorrow, but now they have the ramen for tomorrow. You just did them a favor and you didn't even know it because most people aren't going to come out and say, I'm having a really hard time. I need your help. They're not going to ask for help because when they do, people shame them. That's why nobody asks for help anymore, right? It's sad. Exactly. You reap what you sow. You get what you give. If you give good in this world, it will come back eventually, you know? But if you put bad karma in this world, that's what you'll get back. You'll get back bad karma. And it might not be right now. Could be a day, a week, a month, a year, 10 years. But eventually, that bad karma is going to come and bite you in the ass. And you're going to deserve it. Every bit of it for what you did. And I fully believe there are so many of these people that are going to see that kind of karma. And I will not feel bad for them. I've begged, I've pleaded with them to stop and think about the human toll they have created with this bullshit. And they just kept chugging along. It's on them now. It's on them now. They cannot say, we did not warn them. It is what it is. The propaganda has been bad. You are right, Jack. I don't think you can reverse that as far as I know, not having a colon. I think that they nowadays medically have things that could act as a colon. But as far as I know, she had a colostomy bag that was temporary. Sometimes they do that when they do certain surgeries where it's temporary for like a week or two and then they take it out. And so I do remember him saying something about them taking out her colon though. Hey B Tim. Sorry, I'm like really behind in all these all the yeah, I'm behind about 10 minutes in these. Well, that's what it is, an innocence fraud campaign, you know? Well, the justice system needs work. We all know that. You know, that's not something that we don't already know. We know that the justice system needs work everywhere, not just here in Massachusetts where it needs a lot, but everywhere. You know, there are some things that need to be fixed. Victims' rights, for instance. Victims' rights. Those clips will be her downfall, in my opinion. You know? No, I think Canoni will give it to her. I think she will give her throw the book at her, honestly. If she's found guilty, will they cuff her in court and take her directly to jail, or will she go home and come back for sentencing? Well, that's up to the judge. Some judges will remand you right there, and you will go to jail until sentencing. Some you leave and you come back. But I'll tell you this: that in Massachusetts, we don't wait a month to do sentencing. It's usually days. So even if they did let her walk out of that courtroom for an extra few days, her sentencing would come just days later. We don't wait a month or months here in Massachusetts to do sentencing like some other states do. We get that done right away. So, you know, I agree that the judge knows everything she's done and she has to wait, you know. I think the judge will be really harsh on her. I really do. Yeah, I'm paying attention to the Idol 4 case. That's one of the ones I'm covering, you know. Apparently, the experts there are going to testify against their own past opinions for money. Yep, sounds real familiar. Real familiar. Of course, you know? Oh, you know that they're going to appeal, everything, everything, everything. Will they win those appeals? Definitely not. There's no chance. There is just no chance. They can appeal until the cows come home, but there's not going to be anything that they could win on an appeal. You know? It's just not. Hank was ready to give this closing. And so we're going to watch it again because I think it's important to watch not just the emotion, okay? But there could be a lot of things that happen to the defense, not just because of the ARCA lies, but some of the other things that they've done in this case that are just so apparent. They will have a BBO complaint that will be looked into, but there could be numerous other things that happen with these defense attorneys because of what they've done here. You know, I mean, I know that the family knows that Hank has done everything that he can, and that he has fought tooth and nail for John and for this family, and to put the truth out there, even when he, you know, the odds were stacked against him. The odds being the judge giving the defense pretty much everything they want and then some, when she shouldn't have, you know? I don't think they will. I think John's right. I think John's 100% right. Should be. There's a lot of things they should have excluded, including Dr. Russell. She should have been one of the first things excluded. And I know that Peggy knows that Hank has done his very best when it comes to this. I never thought that covering this case that we would be where we're at. You know, you just can't. I mean, I can't say that we're all objective anymore either. We got to think about, I mean, I've been personally affected. So, but I can say when I think something is right or something is wrong, if judge is doing something wrong, no matter if it's judge or not, I'm going to say it. You know, I just won't. That was so weird. You're wishing your 10-year-old son a happy birthday on the stand in a murder trial. That was just really freaking strange to me. Really strange. Thank you, Funny Bunny. So she won't go to prison until sentencing. It's possible, but she might also go when she's found guilty. It really depends on the judge, you know? All right, let's see. I do too, MYB. I do too. All right, I'm going to try to scroll down to the bottom of these because I am like so, because they have nothing better to do and they feel like they belong to something. They feel like they belong to some sort of something. It's something they've clearly never felt in their lives. They've never felt like they belong to something. And so this is something that they feel like they're doing something good and they belong to something, except they're doing harm. And instead of recognizing when they're doing harm, they continue to do it because they want to belong to this group of people. They want the clout from some YouTuber. They feel cool knowing a YouTuber. He's just a person. I'm just a person. We're all just people. We're like you. Most of us, at least. Then you have narcissists like him. But most of us are just people. Yes, I will do that. Give me 1 second, B Tim. You should have it now, my friend. That's funny. Right? Where's her dog bites? Yeah, that's tough. And not just for me, but a lot of people missing a husband or a father, and it's Father's Day. It's a tough day. It's not easy to deal with the people that you care about on the day that they're supposed to be celebrated. But there are still ways we can celebrate them, you know? And I still celebrate my dad. I play a lot of Hotel California from the Eagles and a lot of Aerosmith. My dad loved Aerosmith. We met them a couple times, and the Eagles, Journey. I listened to a lot of them. My dad was a musician. He played the drums and self-taught himself piano, saxophone, guitar, and then he taught kids. He worked in a music store that taught kids how to play flute, all sorts of different instruments, and he taught kids how to play. And my dad was one of the funniest people on planet Earth. He could talk to anyone. He could talk to anyone and make anyone laugh, anyone smile. My dad was just one of those people who was always funny and kind of a comedian. And I missed that about my dad. And my kids missed out on that. Only one of my kids was even born when my dad died, and my oldest was 4. So my dad was in his early 40s when he passed. I mean, that's a long life he probably had left to live that he doesn't get to live, you know? It depends. It's the judge, really. If the judge wants to give them time, she can give them time. She probably is. Stepdads are great. They can be bonus dads. Those are your bonus dads. That's what my dad was. He was my bonus daddy. He didn't have to adopt me when I was 4 or 5. He chose to, you know? You have to remember those polls, Debbie, my friend. Thank you for your super chat. Those polls are skewed. They're FKR people. So of course they're going to say that because it's all FKR cultists watching those channels. Most people don't watch those channels that believe that she's guilty or don't vote in those polls because they know they're skewed. It was a masterpiece. We're going to read it again. B Tim, please tell me that was the right one. Don't tell me it was. Okay, I'll do it from my phone because quickly. They do it quickly here in Massachusetts. I'll send it from my phone because it seems to be that every time I do a stream, it gives you the old one. But if I do it from my phone, it's not an old one. So let me try it from here. I agree. I agree with that. Doesn't mean she will. Hey, Val. Credentials, yeah. Yeah, the whole calling in sick thing is weird to me. I don't know how you call in sick to a murder trial when you're the defendant. I've never seen anything like. I've also never seen a judge allow that, so there's that. No, there's no way. No chance. Not in my opinion. Very unethical and disrespectful to John's family. The whole shebang, you know? He was so funny. He reminds me of my dad a little bit. John does, the way he would goof around in the house with the kids and make them laugh. That's how my dad was. Those impact statements are going to ruin me. So make no mistake. They had a ballroom party. I can't. I literally cannot. That's disgusting. Thank you, Debbie. Oh, you will. I can confirm that 1,000%. You will see lawsuits. There will be. 100% will be lawsuits. He did, you know? So they are running out of time. I think they know that at this point, you know? Fridays? Are you serious? What the? Come on, StreamYard, get your crap together. Sorry, I'm trying to enter the thing right now to send it to you this way. Invite guest. Copy. Let's try it this way, B Tim. Let's try it this way, my friend. All right. Boop. Let's try this one. Let's see if this works. It should. It should. Let's see. Yep. I think. Tell me if it didn't work this time. They should, but we don't know. We know this judge. We all pray for John, And those victim impact statements are going to be really sad, really sad. I do think that, it'll rile up FKR. We know that. Life isn't fair. These kids have lost 3 adults in their lives. It's unnecessary. They've lost 3 adults, 3, 3 people that raised them. Now they're into their 4th, with their grandmother. And as you know, Peggy's not, super young. So it only stands to reason that eventually they'll lose Peggy too. And then what, or John's dad. And then what?
Hey, what's up?
Hey.
So I thought the closing by Hank was better. I mean, both our closings were pretty good, but the fact is, I felt like the issue with Mr. Jackson's closing is that he was basically bringing up things that he never refuted. He never refuted the timestamps in the
Right.
cross and stuff like that. He's trying to point out a situation, a bar, and insinuate that this is proof of like violent intent. And honestly, I thought you weren't supposed to argue third party, but apparently
We
Judge
weren't.
Canoni.
He wasn't.
But what's interesting is Hank never objected to it, and I think the reason why he didn't object to it is because he knew.
Decorum. You don't usually object to things in closings. It's just like it's like an unwritten rule of lawyers
Well,
that you don't do it. But
well, I think the reason also was is that he knew that him by going off the main focus I think Jackson should have focused on was a Bodie defense, which was to focus on the facts that evidence was collected mishappenly, the
right.
investigation had some things wrong here. Instead, he's trying to like sell the jury on this grand conspiracy when and all he needs to really do is just sell them on the fact that there's not enough proof for you to send my client away for 10 years or 15
Or
years.
more. Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I
I
mean?
mean, that would have been his best bet.
That's what I think would have been the more reasonable thing to do. You could have easily tied in the fact that Hank made a mistake in the courtroom with the holes in the back of the sweater and all that stuff. But
Right.
unfortunately, I think he gets influenced by, I seen him hugging the glare in a picture
Like,
recently.
what the hell?
And, I think these people are acting like they're in a TV show when in fact all you really need to do is make sure your client doesn't go to jail,
That's
which
it.
is basically just focus on the winning arguments, which is, a lot of people will state that the early investigation had some issues. And if you focused on that, then and instead of just trying to say 227 and John was murdered garage now and all this stuff, I think you would probably sell the jury on at least a very hung jury, or if not in a somewhat situation. But that's my opinion. I'm not a
Yeah.
lawyer, no. I just like watch a lot of cases, and I can basically say to myself that it would make a lot more sense to me if I was on a jury to acquit someone, or to give a hung jury at the very least, if you are doing something whereby you say to yourself, well, maybe the police did rush. Maybe the police made mistakes here and there. And do we really want to send a woman to jail because, over a mistake? That would
Right.
be something that you would do. But when you go out in the line and state, like, you're claiming that you're showing a video in a bar of guys, fooling around, and you're claiming that the person's in the garage, then that just tells me you're desperate. It tells me that you're attempting to throw every single little situation at the wall and see if it will stick. And I
Right.
just think that's desperate.
Well, that's
I
what they've been doing, right?
Yeah, I just don't understand it. I think Hank had a very good closing. I think it's kind of interesting to see how, I always can tell if someone like the prosecution does fantastic on how pissed off the FKRs are. Like, they're
I
like, he
know.
should be disbarred. He
You
needs
need
to go.
terrible, right?
You know what I
Like,
mean?
come
You can
on.
just tell that he did a good job, because that's your meter when he did a great job. You know what I
Yep.
mean?
They pissed. They get.
Yeah, when they're really pissed and they're talking about. And the truth of the matter is, I think Hank did a fantastic job. Now,
He did.
what he did was he humanized, John O'Keefe, who was, largely forgotten in all this by the
Yeah.
FKRs and Karen Reed and all this stuff. Um, even yeah, and she is correct in that. EDB, I keep on thinking eight. That is the
Yeah.
weakest argument that they have. They
It is.
really, it is really just a simple thing. I think every lawyer would sit there and say to themselves, why, why argue a third party culprit defense when you can just argue a Bowden defense and just focus on, listen, don't send my client to jail because of a possible mistake.
That's
They could
right.
have fucked up. That's all they needed to do. And that's the interesting thing. It's like, losing the game because you want to have a shutout victory instead of just simply just getting the victory. You know what I mean? A win is a win. And I
A
just
win
don't
is a
understand.
win, right?
Yeah, I just don't understand. But I think it's because they get influenced by their social media. The same thing they cultivated to raise the money, to raise the ability for her to harass the witnesses, is their own worst enemy. Because if they just simply focused on that, it's not exciting enough for the groups of people out
It's
there.
not. And that's the problem, right? Is it's not salacious enough. It's not exciting enough, right? And I,
Mhm.
I think Debbie's right. He worked the room. Hank connected things that maybe people hadn't seen before, which I said they hadn't done in the first trial. At the end, you need to connect all the dots and show the jury this is the timeline. There is no space for anything else because of X, Y, and Z.
Yeah, I mean, the facts are the facts. And if I was on a jury, I would say to myself, okay, cell phone data is not refuted.
Mhm.
The defense had a crack at it. They didn't bring really a cell phone data person. And,
Nope.
one thing that it was not refuted in the cross and in the directs were the cell phone data. And the most they got was 21 to 29 seconds difference. If
Yes.
I'm on the jury, I'm sitting there, I'm like, okay, so the phone didn't move. Did the defense offer me a theory of why the phone did not move from that location? No. Did the defense offer
No.
me why the battery went down? They gave a cockamamie theory of the garage, but they never showed me that the phone was in the garage or anything like that. So in my
Right.
mind, I'm sitting here and I'm like, the cell phone data is pretty strong. Then you have the statements from the defendant. Did they refute the statements from the defendant? No, they actually never
No.
did. They never brought, they
They
just made it
did.
like,
Joan, they did. Do you remember? Do you know that they did this, B Tim? They put a motion in so that she could pick. They asked if she could actually pick the numbers
yeah,
for
I
the
heard
jury.
that.
No, she cannot. That would be improper. It's done by law in the state of Massachusetts by the judge or the clerk.
Yeah, I just don't think she's just not a good client. Let's say if you're an attorney, I don't think you would
From all
want
the
her as a
attorneys that
client.
I've heard of, they said she's a nightmare of a client, and that they would never. Just like I've said before, I would have bowed out of this a long time ago if she's can like wants to control every single. I'm the attorney, right? It's my job. So yes, you have input, but if you think that you're going to be running around doing all these things during your trial, like you're making me look bad now as the attorney. I cannot represent you properly if you're
Yeah,
going to keep doing these things.
I
I
mean,
would have
and
bowed
that
out.
another thing is like the only testimony. I mean, and then they brought a dog lady that basically probably would have testified if you gave her a freaking roast beef sandwich.
Yeah, it
Um,
was the aliens, duh, Skinwalker Ranch and stuff.
and then the medical examiner was just too compromised. I mean, like when I'm looking at these experts, I say to myself, these are clearly paid expert. I mean, like if you listen to the Koberger trial, like a little bit like the pre-motions, and they're the people like they use the same DNA tactic that they use for what is it, the Yellow River or something killer or something like that. I'm trying to remember the killer.
Yellow River Killer or Green River Killer?
Green River Killer, yeah.
Green
And
River,
now
yeah.
the expert that used that method is working for the defense, and suddenly there's a problem with that method. So it just shows you what these experts, they kind of once they get paid, sometimes their past discussions in the case, like their ethics go
Change.
out the window. Yeah.
Yeah, it changes. Everything changes. So Kristen sends $20. Thank you, Kristen, and says, "Thank you for standing up for the truth. Love the Sunday stream. I appreciate you, my friend." Yeah, her long call's picking the number. Can you imagine asking if your client can pick numbers? That was so insane to me that they even attempted that. Like, no, she can't pick the numbers. Like, what? Like, what?
Yeah, I think she just wanted control over who was on the jury. I mean,
Yes, she
the
did.
woman is she's very controlling. She knew
Yes.
she'd find him on the time side of the road, same side of the road. I think you're saying same
Where
time
she
side of the
left
road.
him. Yeah. Hank
And
said
she
we
left
heard
him.
from the only living witness in her own words. Yeah, her.
Yeah,
And
and
that's
that's
it.
another issue. It's like she hasn't testified, she hasn't refuted her own statements. So if we think about it, the cell phone data hasn't been refuted, her own statements haven't been refuted. There has been no
Right.
refutation of refuting of that. Then the
No.
only thing they actually refuted was, and then like if you look at both the medical examiners on both sides, they both agree that it was like a
The
force
head.
impact of the back of the head. No
Yep.
one sat there and said they were punched or beat up. So you'd have to
Correct.
believe that somehow John got into a fight with Higgins. Now Higgins before it was Brian Albert,
But none
Colin
of the
Albert.
injuries had anything to do with that.
Yeah, before it was Colin Albert, but now it's Higgins.
Yep.
Okay, we'll go with that. And somehow he was able to push him down while a dog was biting him with no hair, no saliva, and no other bruises on his body.
Just pig's ears. Just pig's
just
ears.
just just the
Duh.
pig DNA. And that's the crazy thing. I just think I don't understand, because if you're in a struggle with two men and they're fighting, you would expect actual other wounds on his body, like
Not just
fist
on
marks.
this arm,
Hmm.
not just on one arm. You would have
And
his both of his. He would not be fighting back. No, like
yeah, you would have
at
defensive
all.
wounds. You would have
Right.
defensive wounds, like bruising defensive wounds. But the fact
Right.
is that both agree that a large force projected him to land. Now,
Yep.
do you know what was a
So what would
large?
that be?
Yeah, I highly doubt it was Higgins. So it's
Right.
like you got to look between the lines and listen to even a defense's own witness who corroborates a very strong impact pushed him back. Now she
Yep.
says it's like on an item, and I rather listen to the brain surgeon than
Yeah,
the
that
lady
guy
that's a
was
paid expert. I mean, let's
smart.
be real.
Well, La Posada was a joke to begin with. I mean, she has a lot of issues with being lazy as AF. All right. And
Yeah,
in all of her jobs that she has taken, do you ever wonder why she's taking so many jobs in so many states? Because she
money.
gets run out of them.
Yeah,
She gets run out of them because she's lazy.
yeah, and the
She
facts.
doesn't want to finish her job.
And the facts are the facts that a large force pushed him back. He landed on the back of his head, and it was a flat surface. I'm going to take the testimony of the brain surgeon more than
Me
her.
too.
And it's most likely, it's obvious to me a hard surface, frozen ground can be that. Now, do I think
Oh,
all the
here it
wounds on
can.
his, what do you say?
Here it can. My grandmother broke her wrist
Mhm,
literally walking down the driveway to get in the car because it was so icy. She slipped and broke her wrist just falling
mhm.
from walking. From walking. Okay.
Now, do I think that all the wounds are a combination of taillight pieces? No, I think it's a mixture of taillight pieces and abrasions from the ground. I think
Yeah.
there's a
I also
possibility
think
as a
it's a
mix.
possibility the glass could have also cut him because that glass was in pieces and we see it next to him. So I think at some point that
Well,
glass could have caused one of the
what
puncture
sup-
holes,
what
scraped him,
supports
ended up somewhere
what's
else.
yeah, but what supports your statement is this own Karen Reed's words when she says she pulled a piece of glass from his nose.
Yeah, I remember that
And
one. It gets me because, as Hank points out, and I pointed this out long before Hank got to that point, as soon as she said it, I got on the next day and was like, how do you pull a piece of glass out of a person who's not living's nose and have
blood
it
gushing
spurt?
out.
It can't gush out. It can't spurt. The heart isn't pumping. So that can't happen. A dead person does not spurt blood. So I knew right away that she was either lying or she checked on him right after she hit him. Those are the two options. Those
Yeah.
are the two options, neither one of which being good for Karen herself. And it's her statement that once again the jury gets to look at because they
But
have that.
it's very interesting to look at social media because majority of social media thinks she's going to be acquitted,
That's so
and
crazy to me. So
some
crazy.
people, and there's a lot of people that think she's being framed,
So
and
crazy once again.
they don't quite understand the case, and a lot of them have
No,
like only rudimentary, and it just kind of reminds you of other cases,
it does.
like Roberta Glass says, innocent fraud projects. You know what I mean?
What it
So
is, it's an innocence fraud. It's a fraud to claim you're innocent when you knowingly are not, right? And I thought it was really funny, yeah, that Rentschler kind of got caught because Hank's like, are you aware that there were documentarians and we know that you were talking about all your accolades? So you clearly weren't just sitting in the corner with your ham sandwich, And he's like, well, I can't remember what I ate last week, but you remember that ham sandwich from a year ago, but you
it
don't
was a good
remember
ham
having any
sandwich.
conversations, Dr. Rentschler? Like he caught himself on that. To
It was
say
a
you
good.
don't remember what you ate last week while telling everyone you had a ham sandwich a year ago. Come
Listen. Maybe it
on,
was
man.
the best ham sandwich he ever had in his entire life. You don't
I
know.
mean,
At least it
must have
wasn't
been
a
a
bologna
damn good
sandwich.
ham sandwich. No, it was a bologna sandwich. He just thought it was ham. Like it
But
was
the facts
fucking bologna.
are if you listen to the case, there's really no room for one to think that because I don't think the defense has given enough to show, because the issue is they can't really rely solely on a Bowden defense, unfortunately, because they didn't really outline the facts that missing taillight pieces were planted or
Mm-hmm.
how the taillight could break. Now, can the jury sit there and be like, contemplating about Proctor? Why wasn't Proctor? Yeah, but I also would wonder, why wasn't Proctor called for the defense if this was such a great witness? Why
Why
neither
didn't you call
party?
Higgins? Why didn't you call Proctor? Why didn't you call Albert? You call any of them as the defense, and you have the right to call them all. So if there's such a big deal, right? Why didn't you call them? That's what I'm wondering. If I'm
Yeah,
the jury, why didn't you, as the defense, call them? If they're such a big deal, you could call them. You could call them. Oh, fun fact, Joan. Guess what I have in the fridge waiting to go?
a ham sandwich.
Bottle of champagne.
Oh, okay. I mean, and it's very interesting to look at a lot of people, in the free Karen Reed groups of people running outside and
So
it's
crazy. Pom
kind of
poms.
interesting.
Rita actually went back with the pom poms, dude. I could not believe she went back out front with those stupid pom poms. Oh my God, how embarrassing.
It's really sad though, because none of them actually give two fucks about John. You know what I mean?
No, of course they
It, it's
don't.
it, it's
I
it's
when they
really.
invoke justice for John, I want to literally punch my screen.
I
How
mean,
dare you? How
it.
dare you say something like that?
I mean, is your actions respectful of a murder trial case whereby an officer lost his life,
No,
allegedly
not at
being
all.
hit by his girlfriend and left to die in a slow death into the snow? Um,
Right.
you know what I mean? Like these people are just, not respectful of the law, the procedures of law. They're not respectful to society. These are individuals that unfortunately have no respect.
None.
Um,
And then you're
and
gonna
it
invoke John's name as if you do have some respect. You don't care about John. You care about getting a killer off. So how dare you sit there and say justice for John? You don't give a shit about John or his family. You
now my
care about making sure that your theory that you have been going with for this long and the people that you harassed are right. Because if it's not, that means that you did some really shitty shit and you can't come to terms with that.
Well, I don't think even if she got convicted, they would come to terms with it. I think even if she
No, they
got
won't.
convicted, I think the next thing would happen is that they would be like,
Appeals. An
appeal.
innocent person is in jail. I can hear it already. Literally.
Yeah. And the and the
It'll
and
be
the
the
streams
diary of a wimpy Karen. All right, that's what
and
it'll
the
be.
streams will be popping off. We need to get Karen Reed out. We need
Out
to
of
free
jail.
Karen
Yep.
Reed. I actually think what would happen is that actually would get a lot more fever, like a lot more like a lot crazier if she did get convicted, because I think these people don't have respect for the justice
No.
system. I don't
Oh
think,
my
like,
God,
you and
the
me,
hates of the justice system.
yeah, you and me, if she doesn't get convicted, we'll be pissed off, but we'll move on. We'll just move
But we'll
on,
move
and
on, right? We'll
we're
move
not
on
gonna,
with life, and life moves on. It doesn't stop, even
yeah,
if something you don't like happens. There's not. You know what you do? You pick yourself up, put your chin up, and you keep it freaking moving, because
yeah. I'll
what's back
just,
there is the past, and there's nothing good back there for you. You keep going this way, no matter how bad it gets. And I've learned that from my own child, okay? Because no how matter bad it gets for my kid, even at 20 years old, being terminally ill and having a lot of issues where you can't do the things that you love to do or want to do, and you don't know how much time you have left. That kid never friggin' complains. She just pushes forward no matter what. She figures it out. Figures it out.
so, I
That's what
mean,
more people need to learn.
but I think, like, most likely, I think there's going to be two options, either a hung jury or a conviction. I think the defense made some errors. Um, and I think that is gonna play. But I could be wrong, and if I'm wrong, it is what it is. I've been wrong in the past,
I
but
mean, everybody's wrong once in a while. There's no such thing as someone who's always right. And I think that's another thing people need to realize. There's no such thing as someone who's always right, but there is a such thing as someone who's always wrong, yet you still believe everything they say. I mean, hello.
yeah. But what's surprising is to see attorneys actually not analyze and just make like an actual, like, they just been fully drinking the Kool-Aid, and so you're sitting here, it's like, guys, you know what I mean? You're borderline accusing innocent people of murder with less proof than Karen Reed. Is this is this like the logical thought process? Which is the one thing I always get very annoyed with
Me
like a
too.
lot of these people who are claimed to
There's
be
no
Karen.
evidence to it, but you want to claim that it could happen to anyone. It could happen, but aren't you doing exactly what you're claiming you don't like happening to Karen to someone else?
Yeah, you're accusing Higgins, and none of these people have like any thought process themselves where they're sitting here. It's like, wait a minute, I thought it was Colin Albert. I thought it was the dog
Right.
and Colin Albert. Now it's Higgins. Oh wait, now it's Higgins in the garage instead of the basement.
And it
Like
was
the story,
Jen McCabe.
Jen McCabe, and it's like, wait, we're not going to bring Green back to refute Jen McCabe's the 227. Oh shit,
Nope. Yeah,
we're
you
just
can't.
we're and
That's why.
this is the problem. It's like they just don't really care for the facts of the case. And unfortunately,
Of
we
course
live
not.
in a time of fake information, fake news,
A
and like
lot
that
of false
spreads.
information and misinformation. A lot of
Yeah,
it. It hurts people.
and in this case, it hurt like Jen McCabe, and it hurt Higgins, and it's hurt the Alberts, and it hurts a lot of people with the fake
Kids,
information flying. Yeah,
children, like children, dude, children. People who you can never give back to Colin Albert what was taken from him. You cannot take his college experience. You can't give it back. You can't give him back his scholarship. You can't give him the experience of living in the dorms and being a normal. You can't give any of that back to him. And the kid wasn't even there when John and Karen pulled up. He was already home. You can't
you
give
know,
any of what you've taken from him back.
and it just shows you that this is a glaring problem with TV, like with court systems being more like TV shows now, that the justice system has not caught up to it. The
No,
justice system
and it
has
needs
not
to.
caught up to protecting the witnesses and victims of a crime. I mean, it gets to the point where, I mean, I'm listening to the Koberger trial. I'm probably going to talk about that, but the fact is that their focus, the news is focused on building a fucking tower
Oh yeah.
and all this. And this is a man who, and this is a man who, allegedly murdered 4 young people, young adults, and everyone just focused on the craziness, and people talking about whether he's innocent and all this stuff. And it's like a TV show, and it's like people have forgotten about the victims and forgot
Well,
about.
they seem to forget there are real life people attached to all this, and there's a real life human toll of people that are being hurt in the meantime, some of which I know now. And so for me, it's a little more emotional because A, I've had to deal with harassment that comes along with these lunatics that I still get on a daily basis. And B, they're hurting people that I know to be good people in all this. Chris doesn't deserve this. Colin doesn't deserve this. What did they do to deserve this? They existed. Kerry Roberts picked up the phone. Jen McCabe picked up the phone. Like, they don't deserve this. They don't. Like it's not so, like you're outside of Chris Albert's business on every Sunday harassing his life and his family's livelihood for what? Because a YouTuber told you that they did something wrong. Chris Albert wasn't even at the house. He went straight from the bar home. So what beef do you have with him? They don't even know. They don't even know. They do it because the sewer turtle gives them dog whistles to do it. And that's the saddest part. Because that's the kind of community I don't want. I don't want a community that thinks that as a mob, they should be going out and harassing people I don't like. There's plenty of people I don't like that I think are horrible human beings that are hurting people on both sides of the fence to this case. And I would never want my audience to go harass those people ever.
Mhm.
I don't care who they are.
Yeah, and it's pretty sad that unfortunately not everyone's just forgotten about the victim of this case, which is John
Bearded
O'Keefe.
guy, blonde woman. Nan's blonde, but she doesn't have her own. Or maybe she does have her own now. I don't know. Are you talking about?
Mhm.
Is that what's that dude's name? Dude from the Midwest there whose wife got like in trouble. What's his name? I forget. He wears like the backwards
You're
hat
back.
sometimes. I forget his name, but I don't know if those are the ones you're talking about. I know he has a wife. I don't know what color hair his wife has, but maybe somebody else knows what you're talking about, Joy. I'm sure they are law tubers, though. Make no mistake, Oh, yeah, that was a big thing. Oh, the judge is doing signals, coughing, and oh, all the sirens are signals. No, the sirens are there. The police station is on the corner. The police station and the fire station, it's literally on the corner. The courthouse is in the middle of Dedham, and if you just walk, there's like 3 or 4 side streets up, go down to the light, take a right, it's right there. So you're hearing all the sirens because it's coming from the police station. Like Dedham's not. It's like right on the side of like where Roxbury is too. So it ends at some point. It goes into East Dedham, and so you hear all the sirens because the police station's right there. It's not some conspiracy theory that sirens mean like the things that I have seen that these people say is insane to me. I mean, Karen would never hang out with these people in real life. We know that, you know? Well, she gives, hundreds per stream to the FKR people. She buys $1,000 computers for the FKR people to spread their propaganda and their nonsense, and shame on her because she didn't even know what the hell she was talking about. There's been many legal points that I've had to argue with her about. One of the times she said the Supreme Court agreed to look at Karen's case. That never happened. Never happened. They had a standard thing where it was on the list of things that they could look at. That's standard. It always happens. And I said, there's no chance they look at it. They kick it back down. And what happened? There was no chance. They did not look at it. They kicked it back down. Now, any actual attorney could have predicted that. Yet we have her spreading. Then she said that the sewer turtle didn't plead the fifth. He absolutely pled the fifth in the state of Massachusetts. Once again, you have an attorney that's
Yeah.
never been in a criminal courtroom that keeps spewing nonsense that she has no idea what she's talking about. But because she's an attorney, people listen to her and go, well, she's an attorney, so she must know. No, she doesn't. She's an idiot.
Who are we talking about? I stepped away for a moment.
Nan.
Nan? Who's Nan?
She's that blonde lady that like always goes and spends like 300 to 500 per free Karen Reed stream on those streamers. She's the blonde lady with the short hair that shows up. That was with the sewer turtle outside of Chris's shop when he got the most recent one with the glare.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
That lady. Yeah.
So what is she saying what is she saying that he never
She
pleaded
had
the
said that he
fifth?
didn't plead the fifth. That was
Yeah,
a
he
recent
did.
thing she said. Yeah, he did.
Actually, it was a very, like, honestly, that's the smart thing to do for him not to plead the fifth, actually, because
What else
a
is he
lot of
gonna
his
do? He's gonna
statements.
lie.
Well, yeah, if he goes on
He'd
the
have been
stand and
roasted by
says,
Hank.
yeah, it's like, how much witness intimidation have you done? Oh, yeah, you might as well just walk yourself into jail.
Into jail, right.
Yeah, like,
what other option do you have other than to plead the fifth at that point? Remember, he did this
yeah.
whole hype up. I can't wait to get on the stand with Hank. I can't wait. Well, do
He
it.
would never
Do
go
it.
into a
He'd get
stand.
ruined. That's why he would never,
And
ever. He
it would,
can't testify. His
and it would,
lies.
and I think even the defense wouldn't want him on that fucking stand
No,
because,
they wouldn't. Absolutely not. Nope. Let's make no mistake. He'll flip on Karen. If they came to him and said, if you give us everything you have on Karen, her attorneys, and every other YouTuber you fed BS to that's been doing things in your inside circle of people who've been harassing people, will give you no jail time, he would flip on every single one of them in a damn heartbeat.
Yeah.
in a damn heartbeat.
And you know what the interesting thing is that she set up to what it auto deletes every 30 minutes. That motherfucker takes screenshots probably
He does.
within 30 seconds.
Yes, he does. He does. He also records things. That's why he has two phones. He'll take one phone and be on it, put you on speakerphone and record the call on the other phone, essentially wiretapping you in the state of Massachusetts because it's a two-party consent state. You have to tell somebody you're recording or get their
Yeah.
permission, and he doesn't, which we know
He's-
that he wiretapped Lucky and Steve Scanlon and Lindsay. And so I can tell you that he's also wiretapped quite a few other people. And you got to be shitting yourself if you're him because they're currently going through his devices right now.
Yeah, I mean, like at the end of the day, the guy has a long road ahead of him when it comes to legal battles.
Yeah.
I would not want to be Turtle Boy. I think he's got a long road. No matter what happens to the Karen Reed case, he's probably looking at years of litigation that he's going to have to deal with. And that's how it is going to be. That's what's going to happen. I don't know what will happen to him in the future. I don't know if he'll be able to walk and recover from it, but I think he's probably going to jail. I think he's going to jail.
God forbid you as an attorney ask such a question, right?
And I think like this attorney's draining him dry of money because, like, believe me, attorneys are expensive, and when you're paying $250 to $500 an hour, and you're having this guy come in for protective hearings and every single, yeah, that money is going quick. If you think he's in the and is he monetized on YouTube or not monetized?
So he was not monetized. They had taken it away years ago due to COVID things that he was saying. I don't know.
The vid,
and
you can say.
Yeah, whatever it was. That's what he claims. I don't know the real story. That's what he claims. And then he claimed, I guess, recently that he was getting it back. I don't know what that means because you have to be approved to either get it back or you don't. It's either you applied and you wait. That's it. You wait. You don't know if you're getting it back. They can approve or deny. So he says he's getting it back.
Well, the problem, Joy, the reason why they don't want to answer your question about the timeline is because they can't actually tell you the timeline.
They can't answer any questions that go with it either because it falls outside of the 30 seconds that anything could have happened in. And
yeah, there's no time.
Like idiots.
Yeah, there is like no. Hi, Brittany. There is like no timeline that they can explain because the truth of the matter is that there's no supporting data from that. You'd have to somehow think that cell phone was non-existent for their timeline to exist. And then, like, what is their timeline? Are they stating that John was in a garage until 3 or 4 in the morning, and then they were tossed out at 4 in the morning?
Except there's dirt underneath him.
Except there's dirt and no footsteps. I mean, like, that's the problem. A lot their statements don't make sense, and that's the problem with these attorneys. They're more into like, it's the most weirdest thing to see people who actually graduated law school have.
It is weird.
The mentality of like an Alex Jones, probably worse than Alex Jones, to be honest with you. I mean,
the Real Housewives. Well, who's she going to marry? I don't think anybody's going to marry her after this. And remember, she had to sell her rights. So her defense team contacted things like magazines and Dateline and said, hey, we want you to do our story. Not them reaching out to Karen and saying, hey, I want to do your story. Her team reached out to places to do these interviews and these documentaries.
I think it was Karen. I think Karen is addicted to the attention.
Attention, of course.
And I think you could tell, like, she's doing autographs. She is addicted to the attention. Yep. I almost said detention, but we'll see. We'll see if she gets guilty. She'll find out what detention she'll go to.
Right.
But the fact is that and I think that's why she's a terrible client for her attorneys. I'm sure her attorneys told her don't go on fucking interviews and admit to crimes, but apparently she did.
Let her. I think they let her. I think they were like, yeah, Karen, go for it. Because even in the interview they did with IED, she was like, Elle Magazine called me, should I do it? And Alan Jackson's like, hell yeah, you should do it. And I'm like, huh? Like, what? Terrible advice from your attorney. Terrible.
You know what?
You're right to shut the F up.
The one thing I learned, like, she's eating up the attention, but the one thing I learned when it comes to social media is one moment you're the motherfucking hero, and the next moment you're the villain. And when those tables turn, the people that were reveling in the being famous and being happy and low criticism suddenly realize, oh fuck, it's terrible, and that's what's going to happen to her.
Oh,
It happens. It happens
freaking
a lot, you know, to a lot of people um, that were
That's the sad part.
darlings. Yeah, yeah, that were darlings online, and that's I'm going to take a little satisfaction when that happens. It's going to be kind of funny
You
because I know
know,
that's going to happen.
I honestly can't wait for her to be found guilty of something because at this point, she has hurt so many people and not cared
Hmm.
about who she hurts or why or how, as long as she gets off in it. And I don't think there's a chance, in my opinion, that she could possibly get off on the DUI because
Yeah,
she has literally said, I shouldn't have been driving. Like they have those
you
clips.
know,
So I don't know how you don't find
I
her guilty on that,
I
you
have a
know?
question for you. I have a question. Do you think, you know, because I think Kevin brought this question up, and he brought up like how Karen Reed went on the media tour. Do you think
Yep.
if like the family of John and like Jen all went forward and actually refuted all this bullshit early on, that it would build up to this point? You know,
You know,
because
that's people have asked me that before. And I say this, had they come out and said stuff before or during or whatever, people would have twisted their words. I don't think it would have been any better, honest to
you know
God.
what, I kind of agree with you, but I kind of disagree with you. Like for instance,
I thought about if they had come out maybe halfway through or during the like before the first trial and said, like, listen, these are the reasons these things aren't true. Maybe, maybe possibly, but then again, people would have just twisted their words. And
I
attorneys,
believe
best
because
and they all had attorneys, which is shut the F up and say nothing, you
I
know?
believe basically a lot of these conspiracies grow because of it grows with ignorance and like
Yes.
basically that type of deal. And I'll give you an example with the Sebastian Rogers case. You know, the
Oh God,
parents
yeah.
of the parents of Sebastian Rogers, Chris and Katie, kept quiet in the beginning, and
Yep.
Seth Rogers literally jumped on every single live
I know.
and
I know.
literally said, you know,
All sorts of
accused
shit. Yeah.
the parents of all, you know, everything, and things didn't turn around really until there was like, you know, Chris and Katie started doing a little bit and talking a little bit. And I think that because it dispels a lot of that, you know what I mean?
Right.
And when I just think like sometimes when you say nothing, people take it the wrong way in
They
social
do.
media.
But what else are they gonna do? It's say nothing or say something and have it twisted. Which one would you
Yeah,
rather?
but that's sometimes the risk you got to take a little bit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean,
Because
I
if
get it. I
you
definitely
got
think if they had said just a little bit, not gone into detail, because that's where people start twisting your words and assuming shit, and that's half the problem is people assume shit that they don't know. Like there's a lot of things that I knew early on when I started to figure out she couldn't possibly be innocent. Things like the house was already ready to be sold before
yeah,
John died. They were already going to sell it. They were already going to get rid of the dog because they had to downsize to like a condo, and it was their son's dog who had went off
yeah.
to the military or college, and then the military. And so these were things that were already going to happen, whether John passed or not. This is things that were decided before
Well,
John passed.
the
So some of
glare.
those early conspiracy theories could have been thrown
Mhm.
out, but had they come up with those and said like this is what happened, people would have been like they're just making up excuses now. So I don't really know, you know.
The glare. Someone says, "Oh, he used to expose tragedy, vultures and stuff like." Yeah, that's what he used. Well, first he actually was. Was it who's the guy who kidnapped his own daughter and tried to like and went to Mexico? Michael Long.
Oh yes,
Michael Long. He was advocating for Michael Long with 10 to Life, and they were like literally going after the mother and believing all the bullshit he was saying.
yeah.
And he was really he was doing basically the same thing he was doing with the Karen Reed stuff. Then that shit, you know, that didn't work out too well for him towards the end. So he proceeded to review like Dolly Vision and
Oh,
Molly Golightly
of
and
course.
Betty, and basically just did like the usual review, like these people are idiots, they're terrible people. You know, Ryan Upchurch at one point during the Kylie Ronnie case. And then what happened is that he got someone named known as Deets on the Streets
Oh,
recommended a
yep,
case
yep.
to the Glare, and I believe that was the person, and he looked into it, and she fed him, and she was very much, she's still very much a free Karen Reed person, and he basically gets fed his information. He had no idea what it was, and basically Turtle
He
Boy
still
jumped
does.
up, yeah,
Yeah.
and told him, and he realized that there was a lot of money to basically drink the
To be
Kool-Aid
made.
on that case,
Yep.
and he did, and he really does, and he doesn't care, and he's really not.
No.
He will do anything for money because he has he's a low life and a loser. He's
The funny part
that's
I find about him is he has such little experience in actual life other than being working in a
I mean,
bookkeeping
one
place
time.
and a thing. I'm like, dude, and then he has the audacity to call anybody like me stupid. Like, buddy,
I mean,
I worked in the criminal justice system in a prison for the criminally insane. I've been studying law pretty much my entire adult life and a little bit of my juvenile life. I know 10 times the amount and I
mhm.
am 10 times more educated than you. So the fact that you call anybody else an idiot is amazing to me with the
I
record that
mean,
you have.
the one thing he said, I remember one time he admitted that, for instance, he had sexual relations with a woman, and the woman did not like to, in his words, did not like to sleep with anyone who wasn't white. And when the Glare basically lied to her and said he was like white, and then after having sex with her, told her that he was not white. He was some, I think, I don't know what
Portuguese. He
denomination.
looks kind of Portuguese, but
I think he's Puerto Rican. I'm not sure. And the
I'm Puerto
woman
Rican,
cried,
Portuguese, and Irish. I'm like
and
a weird
he
mix.
just, yeah, and the woman cried, and he actually enjoyed the fact of making her cry. And
That's
he
just
he
weird.
said some fucked up things. I'm not going to repeat, but
Yeah.
yeah, he and there's other things the guy has done, but I thought that was kind of very fucked up. I mean, there's things with his son I'm not going to talk about,
Yeah.
but
Yep. I
but
remember
the
that stuff. I didn't know about that stuff until later on, but it's like,
Mhm.
dude, listen, with the record that you have, it's probably best to keep your effing mouth shut if you're going to run your mouth about other people. The problem that I have with some of these people is that they jumped on this bandwagon, they saw a dollar sign and a money sign, and none of them, even if you did believe it in the beginning, like a lot of us did, Kevin and me, we kind of leaned a little bit towards this could something could stink here. But then once the evidence started coming out, it's like how it's right in front of you. You can't not see it. So at that point, I think both me and Kevin sort of started to pivot towards hold
Mhm.
on, we're looking at like there's actual evidence to look at and data now. And we're like, okay, this can't she can't possibly be innocent, right? And so
Yeah,
looking at all this and getting a lot of the stuff that I got privately before some of the stuff hit publicly,
yeah,
um, I'm like, there's no way, right? There's no way. It takes a lot of courage to say, I might have been wrong. I was wrong. At the same time, you know that you're going to take a bashing when it comes to people who were watching you, who are on that whole conspiracy route. We took that. We took it and we took it and we continue to take it to this day, which is pretty sad. And I think both me and Kevin knew, like, I think Kevin's talked about this too, like went from, trying to cover the cost on your channel and you're getting donations and it's working out
yeah.
and go to nothing
Oh
once
yeah,
you
he talked about how he used to have
yeah,
he used to have 15 people. I remember, sometimes he would have, like, I came a little bit later, but like he would have 50 people. It was, because the thing is like, unfortunately, and this goes for a lot of other true crime cases,
yeah,
if you jump on the side of the conspiracy, you will get more money. Like, for instance, if you suddenly started dropping, saying like you believe Koberger was innocent and you went after the
right,
witnesses, your
yeah,
views would pop up. I'm not
oh
even
yeah,
joking.
100%,
Um,
guarantee it,
if
guarantee
it,
it.
Delphi, the same thing.
Oh
It's
yeah,
just people want a conspiracy story. They want something interesting, and
they want something
sometimes,
salacious, something
yeah,
that approves of their, and I'm not going to say that we don't have corrupt law enforcement or justice system or some of these things don't happen that shouldn't. Of course they do. I have experienced it myself. I have literally experienced it
yeah,
myself. But there is a big difference between it is and you just wanting it to be. Okay. I have
yeah,
literally been a victim of injustice in the same county that we're dealing with this right now, Norfolk County. Okay. That was a long time ago. I was like 18. I'm almost 39, whole lifetime ago. Okay. I've experienced it. It happens. But there's a big difference between that and there being so much evidence that you cannot look away, okay, that fit. And then they're finding of the federal investigation. They literally cleared everyone except Karen herself because she's the only person they didn't look into. Then they had an audit, right? Same thing. So you have a multitude of things going on at one time. Did me and Kevin, lose because we decided that the truth was more important? Probably, because of course our channels don't make anywhere near, and his channel is much bigger than mine, even because I took that break with my daughter. But you know, we're not going to make anywhere near what they're making because a conspiracy is salacious, right? It's something that people connect with because if they've dealt with an injustice, they want to believe that every cop is doing something wrong. Every single person in the justice system is shady. No, that's not true. We all know that. Listen, I am not a huge fan of cops. I'll be the first person to tell you that. Yet every time there's one in front of me at the place where I buy my coffee, whether it's a first responder, a CO, because I worked in the prisons and did the same job they do, a cop or a firefighter, I buy their coffee because their job is hard and not every one of them are corrupt. Not every one of them. There are some that are shitty, but then you're shitting on the rest that aren't, that do it
Well,
because they're helping
it
people.
isn't it funny that the corruption of cops becomes a sudden problem when a millionaire is accused of committing a crime.
Right.
Isn't it kind of
Right.
funny? Like Diddy,
Nobody
you
believes
know,
the poor person when they
the
say it and
poor
it actually does
person,
happen to them. No one
that
believes
cop,
them.
yeah, the poor person, the cop there's nothing wrong with them, but the rich person suddenly there's something wrong with the cops. You know what I mean? And that's the funny thing you see a lot of times. You see it in these high profile cases where millions of dollars can be spent because the truth of the matter is unfortunately justice can be bought. When you
Yeah.
look at like Lady Justice and you see like the little thing that she measures, that's the dollars. You're putting the
Yeah.
dollars to see, the $100 bills to see if you can balance out and you can get off just because honestly, justice is bought. Civil and criminal, money pays, gets you a long way in the criminal justice system and it can get you off in jail. And if
Yeah.
Karen Reed was a poor person, her ass would be in jail. She would
Oh,
probably take a plea.
100%. They don't believe any of the poor people who actually have had injustices happen to them. And I've helped on some cases where that actually did happen. And so it really pisses me off because there are people who need help in their cases that have been screwed royally by the system. And so to make such a giant leap of innocence fraud and spend all this time and all this money and all these resources on someone that actually isn't innocent, it makes my freaking skin crawl. And speaking of the Prosecutors podcast, I actually just sent over a message to Brett and Alice the other day, thanking them for being real when it comes to this case. And they sent a really nice note back thanking me for doing the same. And I appreciate the Prosecutors Podcast's comments and that they didn't pander, right? They didn't pander to the money. They didn't pander to the mob. They called it like they saw it. They called it like they saw it. And that is one podcast that I can say at least, and including Ichtmel. I'm really fond of Ichtmel. He's a really, really nice guy. And if you don't follow him, he does a lot of other sorts of like,
What you mean,
happening
Icamel?
right now. Yeah, doing a
Oh
lot of
yeah,
like
I've known him
stuff
for
that's like
years.
right now. He's really cool. I
Yeah, I
suggest
like
you
him.
follow him if you don't already follow him.
Yeah, I
In the
follow him.
Prosecutors Podcast.
I've talked to him for, I think he's still currently suing Rhino Church, actually. Though he might
I
sue.
think so. But he's great. He's
But
great.
yeah,
I
I
have
like
a
him.
lot of respect for him.
I've
He
talked
dealt
to
with the
him.
mob too. Yeah.
Well, he's used to dealing with crazy people. So,
Yeah.
when you deal with Creek Squad,
Mhm.
Karen Reed is not exactly that big of a deal at that point.
No.
And if you don't know Creek Squad with the Ryan Upchurch group,
Oh, Scott, Crime Talk. Yeah, a lot of you guys recommended that I check him out, and I have. Yeah, Scott from
yeah, I
Crime
mean,
Talk.
at the end of the day, I think it's an interesting trial, and it's going to be, the human mind is split between emotional and logical, the creative
Yes.
side and the orderly side, and this is the perfect literal thing you're seeing. You're seeing literally the creative side, the emotional side, and the logical side. The prosecution's the logical side, the emotional side is the defense, and you're going to see what people are going to lean towards. And it's a very interesting thing to look at psychologically. And when you go into courts, psychology is a very important thing when you look at it because it's
It is. Yeah.
people are not logical. People are both emotional and
Well,
logical.
emotional animals. That's part of the problem is we oftentimes don't think before we do things and we think with
Well,
our emotion instead of our common sense.
if you look into you
Right.
know Eastern philosophy, they believe in the three things. Like they believe that a person is made up of an I, me, and it. And you might be wondering, what do you mean by that? And they believe that the undying force, which some would equate to a soul, would be the I. The me would be the part of the wisdom that is like that will your ego and stuff like that will die and
Yep.
eventually it will disappear. But it's not the important, but it's necessary to control the it, which is the body. And
Right.
basically, the me controls the body from doing stupid things out of anger or stuff like that. It's the wisdom. And that's what you kind of see a little bit. A lot of people are controlled by the me. Like, it's a
Yeah.
little like, and the it. like Mr. Turtle Boy with his various relationships he's had. So
Still various relationships he still has, still ongoing. So that's the half the problem with him, is it that's still an ongoing issue even till right now with the dumpster fire of his life. And Debbie's right. Two things can be true. The police could have done a better job and she still hit him. Like that, you know what
yeah,
I mean? Like she still hit him. That's a great point,
I
Debbie.
mean,
Thank
look at
you.
the Casey Anthony case. I mean,
Yep.
she's
That one
guilty
will
of
haunt me
sin.
forever, I feel like.
She's
Forever.
guilty of sin, but because she found out they fucked up some way, helped her out a lot. O.J.
And because her
Simpson.
dad was a former cop, I think that kind of helped her out a lot with the
Mm-hmm,
reasonable doubt part.
mm-hmm. O.J. Simpson,
Yep.
same thing.
Yep, that's right. I
You
mean,
know,
come on. Anybody who's anybody knows O.J. Simpson was clearly guilty. That he had
yeah.
something to do
Well,
with it. Whether he carried it on himself or not, it's another story. I don't know, but he definitely had something to do with it. Could he have hired someone? Maybe.
I think the problem with Alan Jackson's in this trial is that he is not focused. Like when you are defending a person, you have to focus on the tactic. And the tactic is, you're trying to state your client didn't do it because of a grand conspiracy. Then you can't claim you can't claim that there's a grand conspiracy, but yet the cops are so incompetent that they mess up things. And
Yeah.
you're claiming that there's 20 people involved. Either they're incompetent
Yeah.
or it's a grand conspiracy. You can't really
I
argue
mean,
both.
I think Jose Baez got his start with the Casey Anthony case because he is a damn good lawyer. I mean, he got Aaron Hernandez off on those second murder charges, and I believe he could have probably gotten him an appeal on the first stuff had he not died in jail. But Jose Baez clearly knows how to lawyer.
Yeah,
I mean, hey, I don't think AJ is close to Jose. Jose, at least I've never seen him cross that line between ethical and go right over it and then some. He
yeah,
lawyers
something's
because he's good at lawyering, whether it's
you
cross
know,
examining or getting his investigators to do whatever. He's at least good at lawyering.
yeah,
And AJ has stumbled on this case, I think, mostly because his personal has now affected his you know you're supposed to have a connection with your client, but not to that level. We're
yeah.
over the level of this is just your client into this is your friend or girlfriend or whatever. It's something more than just your client at this point. And that is where AJ fucked up because that is where you're allowing your emotion to take over instead of
Well,
your common sense.
you know what the thing that really leaves me a bad taste? It's not the fact that she put up a vigorous defense. It's all the dirty shit they've done. To me,
Exactly.
that is
And went
really
right
kind of
over that line, like right
yeah.
over it.
You defend your client vigorously. I expect that of a defense attorney. I don't hold that against you. I mean, sometimes you got to defend the biggest piece of shit in the world.
Yeah.
But the facts is that you not only lied to the court, you've done witness intimidation, you've, literally, secret communications, breaking discovery, all matter, working with a mob of people to harass people in your case. To me, it's just an unforgivable thing. And I honestly, I'm very, Karen Reed's a piece of shit. I'm actually more angry about the attorneys than I am with Karen Reed, to be completely honest with you, because Karen Reed's a piece of shit. You know what I mean? It's like, do you
Yep.
expect, you know what I mean, a piece of shit for not being a piece of shit? Not really. But for attorneys to act like that, it's outrageous. It's an outrageous thing.
I never heard about anything about Baez or Kate like messing with Casey Anthony, but if that's true, yeah, that's an ethical problem. That's definitely an ethical issue. He got his client off. You know what I mean? Like he got his client off and he got off Aaron Hernandez. He did, you know what I mean? Like that. I mean, you gotta at least know when a lawyer, out lawyered. And at that point, he clearly out lawyered. I mean, if they were, that's gross and that's an ethical bounds that they're not supposed to cross. They're just not. I never heard it because after that case was over, I was done with it. It was so like traumatic when they said not guilty that I was just like, I can't, I have to be done with this case. I can't do it. So whatever happened after that, I probably don't know about. I mean, he might have got lucky with Casey Anthony, but did he get lucky with Aaron Hernandez again? You know what I mean? Because he did that one. I think all lawyers that get these big cases sometimes make those mistakes where they get too big for their britches after doing a big case, just like Alan Jackson. Jose Baez could have had that same issue. Like, you got to get too big for your britches and then, you know,
Yeah.
You make mistakes. Like, no good, dude. No good.
I think AJ is, I don't know. I don't know what's wrong with that guy. I think that guy is just
A lot.
a morally corrupt individual. Um, and people like that are just very negative in society.
Were they both on that case? Were they both on the Phil Spector case? I didn't know they were both on the Phil Spector case.
Yeah.
Good
I don't know.
information. Thank you.
I don't know. I mean, like personally though, I think Hank. I think when I seen the closing of Hank, I think Hank did the best closing I have ever seen.
So good. We're
Um,
gonna watch some of it in a second. It was so good. I mean, every time, and I've watched it, I think at least 3 times now. Every Hernandez was convicted and in prison on the first one. Baez didn't do that case. Then he had a second one where they thought that he had shot 2 people at a bar years prior to this other case that he was found guilty and in prison on. And he was found not guilty with Baez's help. And Baez was getting ready to appeal the first one that he was in jail for. So that Aaron Hernandez had two cases, one that Baez got him off on, and one that Baez wasn't a part of before that. So, yeah, no, I think they have to. It depends on the state, but I'm pretty sure they have to do a certain amount of like cases, defense cases, or pro bono or whatever, if you will. Bye, Jesse. All right, yes, we're gonna watch some of this because it's brilliant. That's why. Because Hank is brilliant. That's why. All right, let's see. Where can we? I might start somewhere in the middle just because we watched some of this the other day. The relationship's almost over. They're not getting along. All right, we're gonna start here. This is a good spot. Oh, I might have to unmute that. Yeah.
They drink, and they drink a lot. So Keith drinks a lot, and Karen Reed drinks a lot. You've seen the McCarthy videos. You can call it 6, 7, 8, whatever you want to call it. You can see the shots into the mixed drinks, more shots into mixed drinks. Count them yourself. Over a half dozen mixed drinks in just a few hours. Sober? And then at the waterfall, a shot, a mixed drink. Now, it was brought up the waterfall that there was some type of discord between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe. They knew each other. They were friends. Brian Higgins' conduct of speaking to Karen Reed is not honorable. It's not. But they were friendly. There was no adversarial relationship. There was no anger between them. What we heard is they barely greeted each other. Could we have slide 1, please? At the Waterfall Bar, when you see John O'Keefe come in, here's him barely greeting him. That's him and Mr. Higgins, barely greeting each other. Reality sometimes is different than argument. This is a celebratory mood. Take that down, please. Celebratory mood. A bunch of friends. They're playing around. They're hugging. They're grappling. This is a fighting technique for a murder 2 hours later. Is that the story? They're practicing their moves to murder John O'Keefe. In this celebratory mood, you don't see any aggravation or animus between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe. Inevitably, the next morning, Karen Reed is brought to the hospital and they take her blood. Now, the government doesn't have to prove that she was drunk. It is either that she's over the legal limit, 0.08, or she had enough alcohol to affect her ability to operate a motor vehicle safely, but you will know that she was far beyond the legal limit. After the retrograde analysis, almost 2 to 3 times the legal limit. Almost 2 to 3 times the legal limit. Now, it's been intimated, not come out and said, that maybe she went home and started drinking after she got home. No evidence, mind you, no evidence. And that somehow that is why she had a high blood alcohol level. It's not appropriate for me to comment on the credibility of another attorney's argument, so I won't do that. But Karen Reed will do that for her. So if we listen to slide 2, she'll tell you exactly what she thinks about that claim.
Here she goes with her mouse.
My alcohol intakes, probably about 5 or 6 or 4. The drinks that they reported at McCarthy's, which is where I consumed most of the alcohol, was the weakest at the time. It tasted just like old soda water with lime.
Slide 3, please.
I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway. I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway at 12:15 on January 29th. I mean, it was quiet, the roads were very quiet, you can see it on the videos. And I was going, when I've had a few drinks and I drive, I always drive extra slow. I know my alerts aren't as sharp as they should be. But I shouldn't be driving.
Thank you. Do you think she drank when she got home? When they leave the Waterfall Bar at 12:12, you see a video, you have it in evidence, there's a still photo of John O'Keefe holding a glass. Not from the Alberts home, he didn't sneak into the house in the cupboards and grab a glass. From the waterfall, you see him with a glass, and in it is a straw. Take a look at that picture. And now from 12:12 on, we virtually have a historian in the data that tells us exactly where he went, exactly step by step where he went. And how do we have that? Well, we know the defendant's car had like a black box, and Judd Welcher, Dr. Judd Welcher, took the data from the black box and downloaded it so you can see the movements and the triggering events. And then Shannon Burgess, well, you don't like what he says, don't attack the data, attack the man. He can be mocked for his LinkedIn profile or his unupdated CV. But what he did is he found a key, critical piece of this case that did not exist before. He found it recently, and it was that SD card. The SD card that everybody missed, including the defense expert. Everybody missed it. So as much as you want to make fun of him, Shannon Welcher found the key so that we could have the time and date and location coordinated for an impenetrable timeline that can't be broken. That's what Shannon Burgess did. And so we know on the way from the waterfall to 34 Fairview, Ms. Reed is driving drunk. Mr. O'Keefe is in the passenger side of the car, and they're heading their way to 34 Fairview, and they get lost. And now we have more data because John O'Keefe has a cell phone. And I said it in the beginning, it is a historian. It doesn't suffer from bias, it doesn't suffer from prejudice, it doesn't suffer from memory loss. It has data on it. And he puts on Waze, high location data, as Ian With would say. And it tells you second by second the speed, the location, the movement. That's what it does. And he has healthcare data on that phone. The healthcare data separately shows his movement. And that is critical. It is critical because it not only shows his movement, it shows when he does not move. That healthcare data is critical. And it's not subject to bias. It's not in dispute. There's no other contrary evidence. It is data. On the way to 34 Fairview, alcohol fuels tension. We know that. And we know from those text messages the tension in that relationship, and then there's a trigger. There is a trigger on the way because they're lost, and when John O'Keefe calls Jen McCabe for directions, Jen McCabe says something that triggers what's going to happen next. Could I have slide 4, please?
Like, hey, we saw you outside my sister's, not at the waterfall.
Very close to the Alberts. In fact, when Jen was navigating John to the Alberts when I was driving, she said it's near Ashley's house. Ashley and John had hooked up prior to John and I dating.
And so as they travel to 34 Fairview,
And like
under the
going to
duress
tell his
of
mom.
this crumbling relationship, fueled by intoxication,
Ashley.
we have triggers. Now, we know on their way there, we know from the data the data, where they went, how they moved. If we look at slide 5, Ian Whiffen showed you a guide. You could enlarge that just a little, please. And it shows you with the healthcare data, it registers as flights climbed, but it doesn't mean someone's climbing upstairs. What it means is there's an elevation, and he breaks down the data, the red, the green, if you could move down, please, Ms. Gilman. And then the bottom left, that's 34 Fairview. You can see second by second the circles of their route, even the 3-point turn on Cedar Crest. That's what you see. At that point, they've left the bar. Remember, the battery temperature was 82 degrees. They're now in a car. It's now 77 degrees. Think about how accurate the battery temperature is, that it reflects the difference between being in a bar and being in a car. They take a 3-point turn at Cedar Crest. And because of Shannon Burgess and because of Judd Welcher, we have the data, and it's a triggering event. Remember, if there's an acceleration past 30%, it registers data on the car, and that's exactly what happens. There's a 3-point turn, and it all lines up with the cell phone after you synchronize the times. It's that simple. It's nothing complicated. There's nothing tricky. There's nothing devious about it. It's data. They do the 3-point turn, and you can match the cell phone clock with the Lexus clock, and when you do, you can reconcile the difference. There's been a lot of talk, a lot of argument, a lot of fights. Shannon Burgess says 21 to 29 seconds. Mr. DeSorga comes in. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to actually do anything. He wasn't given the invitation to test the data. He just looked at the report and made criticisms like a Monday morning quarterback. But even he, looking at the data, says, well, it's 3 seconds off or 2 seconds. Same window, same time. We can have all the arguments we want. They're there, they're together. The data matches up perfectly, perfectly. And so they make their way down to 34 Fairview Road. They don't stop. They don't stop at the driveway. They don't stop. And John O'Keefe gets out of the car. They go to the flagpole, and we know for 2 reasons. One, the data. And secondly, Mr. Nagel and Ms. Mason at Cedar Crest, at that intersection before it goes down to the right, they meet. They let Karen Reed go first. They follow behind in the truck. Now, at this point, Mr. O'Keefe has about 8 more minutes before the beginning of the end of his life. And he's in that car. He's in that car for most of it. Because Ms. Mason and Mr. Nagel don't see anybody get out of the truck. Nobody crosses the lawn. Nobody goes to a garage. Not just because they didn't see it. And they didn't. Not because they didn't see it. Because the healthcare data on the phone shows that John O'Keefe is not moving. The car is stopped at the flagpole. The healthcare data stops. The battery stays at 77 degrees. The data is the data. You can't change it as much as you want to. It's data. And they sit at that flagpole for minutes. It's 12, 24, 33 when they get there. They're there past 12:30. Remember, Ms. Mason and Mr. Nagel said they were there about 5 minutes and then they go. It's not exact, but about 5 minutes they said. So there's about 2 minutes left for John O'Keefe. And what are they doing in those 2 minutes? What are the last 2 minutes of his life that he can remember that would be open to him? They're arguing. They're arguing. They're arguing. And we know they're arguing because Ms. Reed tells us through first responder Becker. She was sad. Remember, he sees her in the back of the ambulance and he's trying to calm her down? She was sad because her last moments were arguing. They're in an argument. That's why they're not going in the house. But John O'Keefe decides to get out of the car, and we know because the dome light goes on. That's what happens when you open a door. Whether he's bent down, he's standing outside, or on the other side, the dome light is on. And then you see the data. John O'Keefe begins to move. 12:31:56. It's the first time he has moved since they got to the flagpole, and it will be the last time he moves in his life. And he moves to 20 seconds. Ian Whiffen said that the satellites, they move, they reconnect, they pull information. He's no longer on high frequency data because waves are shut off. Now it's more random, it's low frequency. We would never suggest, and Mr. Whiffen did not claim, based on location data alone at that point, you can tell exactly where John O'Keefe is. What he said is it was readings all night. The bullet is always near the flagpole. That doesn't mean he was always near the flagpole. He could have moved. He could have moved in the circles and come back. Location data is consistent with him never leaving the flagpole, but that in itself is not enough. But there's more. There is more. There is the healthcare data. There is the temperature of the cell phone battery. And so he moves to 20 seconds. It turns west. It does not say he walks to the house. That's not what the data says. It doesn't say that he goes straight line and he walks over to the door. In fact, could he even get to the door in 75 feet? Could he get there? Because when the investigator for the defense testified, he measures from the driveway. They never stopped at the driveway. He never measures from the flagpole. He never measures from the flagpole to the garage door. So this fantasy that somehow he walked in the garage, even though there's no evidence, there's no witness, there's no data, 20 seconds of his life, and he moves. And healthcare data registers his steps. It could be pacing, it could be a straight line, it could be shaking the phone. We don't know. We don't know. We don't know everything. We don't know every little detail in every little second. We don't have to. That's not doubt. That's not reasonable doubt. We know for that 20 seconds he's moving. And in that 20-second window, when he moves, he has his phone and he looks down, 12:32:09, he sees a text message from his friend, John McCain. And he looks at the text message and he closes it. And then it happens. We know from the uncontroverted data from that black box, we know that Karen Reed, after he gets out of the car, drives away. She drives for at least 33 feet away from him. He's back near the flagpole. She's gone. It's over. Whatever argument is over. Whatever anger and flame has been dispassioned, she's moved on. He's separate from her. He's safe. And then she makes a decision. That's what this case is about. Then she makes a decision. She could have driven home. She could have broken up with him. They could have talked about it the next day. Or like knocking on the door, like Kaylee said, getting the last word. She doesn't drive away. She takes that 6,000-pound Lexus and she makes a decision. And the decision is that she steps on the gas
And she hits
after
him.
banging it into reverse.
Yep.
Before we talk about what happens next, I want to talk to you a little bit about the charges in this case. And I hate to digress, but it's important so we really understand what we're talking about here. I have no authority to talk about the law in this case. The Honorable Judge Cannoni will do that. But I want to talk to you a little bit about the charges. Don't rely on my interpretation of the law. It's the judge who has that special power. But I want to explain to you a couple things so when you think about what happens next, you can really assess the facts of this case with the charges against Miss Reed. She is charged with second-degree murder. It sounds ominous, it is. It's a serious charge, second-degree murder. When most people think murder, they think shooting or stabbing somebody. It's natural to think that. Second-degree murder is different. It's not first-degree murder. I told you at the beginning of this case, I told you that we were not going to suggest or try to prove that Miss Reed intended to kill John O'Keefe. That was never part of this case. We're not claiming that. I told you that we were not ever going to try to prove that she even intended to hit him. We never suggested we would try to prove that, and we're not trying to prove that she intended to hit him. We're not. What we are obligated to prove and what we have proven from the evidence in this case of second-degree murder is that she intended an act, and that is putting the car into reverse and heading back towards John O'Keefe. She intended that act. The question then becomes, did her conduct create a clear plain, strong likelihood of death.
Yep.
Late at night, dark, beginning to snow, under the influence of alcohol, knowing where she stopped and left him after an argument, heading back in reverse to the exact spot or right near where she left him
High speed.
at over 24 miles per hour, accelerating at over 75%. You need to ask yourself, are you convinced if somebody does that create a plain and strong likelihood of death?
Sure does.
And if there's no doubt in your mind that she intended to hit that accelerator in reverse, and if that conduct will create a clear and plain likelihood of death, then she's guilty of that crime. Whatever the label is, she would be guilty of that crime. Now think about this.
Possibility, for sure.
Let me give you an analogy. If somebody, maybe a teenager, someone young, impulsive, is on a bridge, and they see cars going by, and they have a boulder, and they want to throw the boulder off, they're not looking to hurt anybody. They're not meaning to kill anybody, but they throw the boulder off the bridge because they want to see the car brake, the thrill. And when they throw that boulder off the bridge, and it comes down and lands on the car, and there's somebody, passenger, child, anybody in that car, and it then goes through the roof and kills the person in the car, did they intend to kill that person? No, they were trying to have a thrill throwing the rock. Did they have the malice to want that person dead? No, they didn't. But that would be an example of second-degree murder. When you take a boulder and throw it off a bridge, there's a plain and strong likelihood of death. When Karen Reed, in the midst of that tension and fight, after she drove away and was gone, disengaged, when she came back for the last word, in the darkness, the beginning of the snow, under the influence of alcohol, and decided to stop her Lexus, decided to put it in reverse, decided to accelerate 75% in the exact same direction of where she left him, and then hit him, and he died. I suggest to you that is second-degree murder. The other charge, operating under the influence of alcohol, manslaughter. It's different. It's a totally different and separate charge. Was she under the influence of alcohol? And then secondly, did she operate her Lexus wantonly and recklessly in a way that would very likely result in serious injury? When you're under the influence of alcohol and you drive a 6,000-pound Lexus in the heat of the moment at the direction of where somebody is, whether you intend to hit them or not, I submit to you that is wanton, it is reckless. And any reasonable person would think it's very likely that serious injury would result. It's not a matter of intending to kill. It's not a matter of intending to hit. It is the conduct of the operation and the risk that is created. And so those two charges are two of the three. The three is leaving the scene, knowingly causing death. And we'll get to that. So now, sadly, we need to get back to 34 Fairview Road where we left. We know from the tech stream data that she drove 33 feet at least, because it only picks up a 10-second window. And when it starts to pick up the data, we know she's driving at a speed. So it's more than 33 feet. We just don't know. And then when she comes back, she covers the 33 feet and 50 more. 80 feet. 80 feet. Over 80 feet. Now, nobody has ever suggested, even Dr. Welcher, when she collided with them. This data doesn't tell you collision. It's a 6,000-pound Lexus. It's a 216-pound man. It's not going to show a blip. It could have been in that 10-second window. It could have been 2 seconds after. It could have been 4 seconds after. But it's in that pocket of time, and we know it. We know it because when you reconcile the data with the phone, that 20 seconds is in the same window of that 10-second window coming back. So even if it's a couple seconds later, 4 seconds later, whatever Mr. DeSorbo wants, he stops moving. John O'Keefe stops moving. Forever. Forever. Next slide 6, please. You'll get to see this more closely, and you can probably see it where you're sitting, but there's important data. Data doesn't lie. And you will see acceleration, 75%. You will see speed, 24 miles per hour backwards. You will see distance, over 80 feet. That's what you're going to see in this data on that night. Anger, although not necessary in any of these charges, anger can be inferred for somebody to come back that hard, that fast, that reckless, that obvious, likely to create a plain and strong likelihood of death. That data tells a story that can't be changed, can't be attacked. ARCA, they did some crash test dummies. You know what else they do? Text stream data. There's nothing about that data that is uncertain. Nothing. Take that down, please. When Ms. Reed hits John O'Keefe, collides with John O'Keefe. We don't know if he went in the air a foot. We don't know if it was how much of a clip it was. We don't know if he stumbled back. But we know there's a collision. There's no doubt there's a collision because her taillight's all over the yard.
Yep.
It's all over the yard. And when he falls back, and he hits the back of his head, his basal fracture, he's then lying there helpless. When Miss Reed leaves, she leaves behind tons of her taillight all over the yard. All over the yard. It's called the debris field. And you see videos. You can't replicate the exact contact. You can't because you need where the person was hit, how fast the person was going, but you know what happened because when you look at the debris field, when a light is broken, it's no different than what was on the front yard. It's no different. She leaves him behind. She leaves her taillight behind. She goes home. And on her way home, you know she's still angry. You know she's still angry because she starts leaving him voicemails. Slide 7, please.
Karen's own words are going to be her sinking ship.
1232.04 to 1232.12 is the data which is adjusted when you reconcile the clocks and the Alexis. 1232.09 is when Mr. O'Keefe closes his phone after looking at Jen McCabe's text. 1232.16 is his last steps. Mr. DeSorbo says that red range should move a little bit, 2 or 3 seconds. They can move it 4 seconds, 5 seconds. It doesn't matter. It's all in the same window. It doesn't change. If we could have slide 10, please.
Yeah, alleged evidence.
Play that, please. Thank you. Each one of those pegs represents 10 feet. You can't place that car where it was in front of Fairview. You just can't. The data doesn't tell you that, but that tells you the movements of that car.
It does.
Now, as John O'Keefe sadly lays on the ground, abandoned, you're going to have to ask yourself a question for charge number 3, leaving scene knowing somebody was injured and then died. You're going to have to ask yourself, is there evidence that Miss Reed knew that she had hit him? Don't need to prove it for murder 2. Don't need to prove it for OUI manslaughter. But for the 3rd charge, Commonwealth has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt she knew she hit him. We weren't there, but there was an eyewitness. There was a guide. And that eyewitness tells us that she knew. And that eyewitness is Karen Reed herself. She tells you that she knew. Could we have slide 8, please?
She does. There we go.
Could I have hit him? Did I hit him?
How could that have been? I mean,
I don't know what else could have been. It was howling wind. I had YouTube blasting on the stereo, and I thought, did he somehow try to flag me down, which was the reaction I was hoping to garner as I slowly pulled away from the house. Did he come out and maybe trip or bend over to pick up his cell phone, and I ran over his foot, and then he passed out drunk? I mean, I didn't think I hit him, but could I have clipped him?
Ooh, I've screamed that thing last year when I went there for the first protest for the family. I indeed screamed.
When she left
real quick.
Fairview and left John behind, she didn't think he was mortally wounded. But she knew she hit him.
Yep.
She knew she hit him. And so when she made her way back home, not only did she leave debris field all over the front lawn, but she took evidence with her too. Hair, DNA on the taillight, and she drove back to John's house. And she started calling on the way back, 12:33, just a minute and a half later. And then her messages show her anger. You see, this was John's fault. This was John's fault. And her phone calls tell you about the tone and the destruction of that relationship. 53 phone calls that night. 53 phone calls. Not one to 911. Not one to Jen McCabe, please go outside and try to help. Not one to a hospital. Not one to anybody but him. 53 calls. Slide 12, please. Can you play voicemail 1, please? The calls keep coming. Cell phone temperature, 72 degrees. He's been outside now, not moving, on that cold, hard ground with his cell phone under him. The warmth of his body, the cold ground, 72 degrees. It tells you the story. As this temperature plummets and that cell phone battery is compromised, so is John O'Keefe. And him and his cell phone alone on that yard. 66 degrees at 12:45. It is plummeting. Ian Whiffen's taking a phone and putting it in a freezer, not a same analogy. The idea that means that John O'Keefe was in the house, absurd. 66 turns to 61, it's 12:53. 48 unanswered calls from the defendant. He's not in at a party, he's not wrestling with Brian Higgins, he's not in a fight. If he's in a fight, his cell phone would be moving. There would be healthcare data, there'd be steps. If he got into the house in 20 seconds, and his cell phone is found under his body the next day, then how would he get back outside? There would be more steps, because this phone is working. The data is the data. There's nothing wrong with it. It's registering everything.
Yep.
The temperature, the movement. He doesn't go in any house. He can't go in any house. His phone never moves again.
I agree with this statement. Heisenberg.
Voicemail number 3.
Agreed.
Listen to this.
John, I'm dealing with a fucking kid. Nobody knows what the fuck you are, you fucking pervert.
Did you hear that? Nobody knows where you are.
Oof,
It
this is my
is
favorite part.
12:59. John O'Keefe has been on that lawn for about 27 minutes. She hasn't called anybody else, hasn't spoken, has no information. Nobody's called her. You'll see her phone records. And she says, nobody knows where you are?
I pointed that out so many times.
She knows.
She knows.
She
where he
knows.
is.
Nobody does know where he is.
But her.
Except her. Except her. Why is she asking nobody knows who you are? She is starting to get panicked because she knows she hit him. Not suggesting she meant to kill him or for him to die, but she knows she hit him and now he's not responding and she's getting nervous and she's getting anxious and she's leaving call after call after call He's not answering. He's not calling back. He's not even picking up the phone. And we know what's happening at this point. Panic, drunken denial, it's setting in. And so then we see the healthcare data from Miss Reed's phone. She doesn't move after a little after 1 o'clock. She could be sitting, she could have fallen asleep, but she doesn't move for a while. But she wakes up. She wakes up early the next morning. You can take that down, please. And when she wakes up, she doesn't call Jen McCabe and say, "Where's John?" She doesn't call Brian Higgins, has his number, has been texting with him. "Hey, was John at a party with you? Did you see John tonight?" She knows exactly where she is, and she's frantic. So she wakes up Kaylee, that young girl at the time, and she says, she's panicked, she can't understand what she's saying. "Call Jen McCabe, call Jen McCabe." Why is she calling Jen McCabe? She calls Jen McCabe. You know what she doesn't say when she calls Jen McCabe? "When did he leave the house? What happened last night?" No.
Who was with
she
him?
calls and says, "I left him at the waterfall. I left him at the waterfall." See, now it's gone from panicked to self-preservation. "I left him at the waterfall." And Jen says, "Left him at the waterfall? We saw you in front of the house."
Bingo.
Click. Hangs up. Hangs up. So then she calls someone that she doesn't know very well. She calls Carrie Roberts. But now she has to pivot because someone has seen her in the exact spot that John will be found soon. Whether she's the first one there or somebody else, John will be found. Maybe Lucky missed him. It's a snowstorm. You can't see. But someone's going to find him at some point. So she calls Carrie Roberts. It's no longer she left him at the waterfall. She pivots. And she calls, "Carrie, Carrie, Carrie. John's dead. I think he got hit by a plow." Why do you think she chose those words? Why did she choose those words?
Why a plow?
Because she knew that there was a collision with a large motor vehicle, and she had to substitute her 6,000-pound Lexus for another big vehicle. I think he got hit by a plow. And so now we have the introduction of Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts. Phone calls that they probably never, ever wanted. A worse nightmare to get a call like that. For what's going to happen, what they're going to see, what they'll never be able to forget.
I've gotten
But
one like that.
because
It's a nightmare.
the defendant is John O'Keefe's girlfriend, they wake up in the middle of the night, in a blizzard, out of their kindness, their loyalty, their devotion to John O'Keefe. And when she calls them and tells them that she wants them to come out, this soccer mom with a perfectly normal life gets drawn into this whole farce, and she answers that call. She gets out of bed. The spirit and kindness she displays to put herself in that position because someone asked for help, because that's what good people do. Carrie Roberts didn't know Jen McCabe. They both knew John. They met each other once years before. Carrie Roberts, separately at that time, answers the call, gets out of bed, drives to go help, because they have a common denominator, a common bond, John O'Keefe. And so you hear and see at 5:07, the defendant leaves Meadows. She leaves. And Kaylee is behind waiting. And you see her back up, and Judd Welch just showed you all of those demonstrations where you could see the unsettled snow in the back, and after the bump, you can see the pieces missing, no taillight. There's no taillight on the ground, all the white snow. There's no crack, there's no break. It's a nudge. It's a nudge. But the taillight has already been broken, because when you look at the video, not one little piece, it's still framed, little angle with the light, the brakes are up. You take a look, you'll be able to slow it down. You'll see the exact same piece is missing, because it's back at Fairview. That's why it's missing. It's not there, it's back at Fairview. And then she leaves at 5:07. She gets to Jen McCabe's about, 5:35? 28 minutes. It's about a 10-minute ride. Where does she go in 28 minutes? Where does she go? We don't know. We don't have data for that. But we know when she gets to Jen McCabe's house, she is panicked, frantic, out of her mind, screaming, waking everybody up. Jen McCabe comes down, can't understand her, going out to the car to try to console her. Why is she so frantic? Why can't she speak? Why can't she say a word? Because John went out and had a drink and fell asleep on a couch? Because John would maybe be cheating on her? What is causing this extraordinary duress? Did she stop somewhere on the way by? Did she just see death? Kerry Roberts comes, take charge kind of person. She pulls him behind, she sees the broken taillight in Jen McCabe's driveway, and she decides she's gonna commandeer this. We're going to back to Meadows, you're gonna follow me, leave the car, I'll drive. At this point, Jen and Kerry don't know each other. They've only met once. And they go back to Meadows, they obviously don't find John because he's back at 34 Fairview. And then they start their way towards 34 Fairview. They start driving towards 34 Fairview, and they're looking. And you heard from Kerry Roberts, Jen McCabe, they're looking out the window, they can't see a thing. The snow, the blizzard, the weather, the darkness, they can't see anything. And they're driving, and they decide they're going back to 34 Fairview, and this is remarkable. This is remarkable. When they start their way past towards 34 Fairview, they get close. And when they get close, they can see nothing. But the defendant screams, "Stop, let me out." And they look around and they say, "What? Let me out, let me out." She does not see John O'Keefe. She knows where he is. She knows exactly where he is. She knows where to find him. She knows where to expect to find them because she knows where she left him. She tells us. Slide 13, please.
She knows exactly where she left him.
Driving Jen's.
She could have. We don't know for sure.
And I described this to everyone.
I'll help you, Anna.
Probably heard this
Get
before,
your
but
transcript.
John looked like a buffalo on the prairie. It was just a lawn in a heap that it wasn't a bush or a hydrant or a dog. It was a weird shaped lump at that time in those elements. And I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him.
Why would you be expecting to find him in what, a weird heap? That's what all snow is weird heaps
A weird shaped lump in a blizzard,
and lumps.
and you equate that to John O'Keefe?
What?
A weird shaped lump, not like a bush, and that is John O'Keefe. She tells us she knows where she left John O'Keefe. And so they go over to Mr. O'Keefe, Kerry, and Karen. And she's upset, there's no doubt. I am not for a second trying to deprive her of the unrest and the trauma that is happening at this scene. Doesn't change what happened before, but I appreciate the trauma.
He's an idiot.
And they're trying to help him. And guess what happens when they first move him around 603, 604? Ian Whiffen, data. The cell phone battery gets the cool air,
What they
presses
claim.
on the battery, the cell phone battery drops. Healthcare data, he has not moved since that 22nd, hasn't moved. They start shaking him, you're gonna see, when you look at the records, that healthcare data starts to move. He's been there all night. All night. Nobody else. Her. And so when they try to help him, she says something that is remarkable. She says, there's a piece of glass stuck in his nose. And she plucks it out. And she says when she plucks it out, blood spurts out. We'll talk about that in a couple minutes. Remember that. Piece of glass, pulls it out, blood spurts out. That's what she says. As they try to help John, Jen is calling 911. They would like you to believe there's a conspiracy. That the glass that's found in Mr. O'Keefe's body is somehow from inside the Albert house. The glass, well, you will hear in the clips, if we don't play it, you'll have all the clips with you. She talks about the fact that he took her bottle. He took the glass. She says it. for the Albert house, they don't need to get glass. He already has the glass with the straw that's later found on the street, by the way. That's what happens on an impact, things move. The glass comes with him, lands near his body. Debris field moves past him. Shoe, hat, straw. Jen McCabe makes a call to her sister, and they say because it registers 29 seconds, a Cellbrite record is not the same as a call detail record. There is no evidence, it was a conversation, no lights go on, there's no conspiracy. You can call somebody, it can ring, it can go to voicemail. They have no evidence, none, that there's a conversation between Jen McCabe, the person who was ripped out of her sleep to come help,
To go help.
and her sister for some grand conspiracy. And so what happens next is traumatic. Kerry Roberts and Jen McCabe see their best friend prone, lifeless, frozen, on the ground. And they're living this torment because somebody brought them into this. When they're trying to help John, there is not one suggestion from anybody that John ever went into that house. There's no reason to go into that house because John was never in the house. Not one time does anybody say, what time did he leave? I thought he went in there. Not even a whisper of it because it never, ever happened. When they find their friend John, he's not 20 feet off the side of the road like Mr. Rentschler or Mr. Wolf thinks. He's right there by the side of the road, close by the curb. Could we have slide 14, please? You can see there's Kerry Roberts' vehicle, and then on the left, you can see where they're working. Right off the road, that's not 20 feet. That is a cliff, a stumble, and a fall. And remember when John fell, there wasn't snow. It was just the beginning of a dusting. It was the cold, hard ground. Remember what Dr. Isaac Wolf told us about cold, hard ground? Causes this type of injury all the time. All the time. If we could go to slide 16, please. Remember the glass in the nose? The glass in the nose.
Here it is, which makes no sense.
See on the
unless you
bottom
go out
left, that's where the Canton Police Department found the glass that he took from the car, from the waterfall. And then exhibit 195, matching glass. On February 3rd, the matching piece of glass was found on the street. The matching piece of glass, the glass that was found with Mr. O'Keefe, was found on the street. He didn't fall back 8, 10 feet from the road. It broke, and then it shattered and went to the street. I would suggest to you it broke at the time of the collision, and he carried the glass with him, leaving the evidence behind, a trail to memorialize what happened to him that night. Remember the straw I asked you to take a look at that picture when we're leaving the waterfall at 12:12, the black straw in the drink on the street. Collision, glass, nose, straw, back, hits his head. Can you play the clip on the left, please? 59.
So when John got out of the car at Brian Albert's house, he took my full bottle of soda, which is sitting in the cup holder.
169, please.
So John's laying there, left and his right, and I approached John from the left. That's where the street is. And he had a piece of glass, like perched on his nose, like just wedged like a splinter would be. And it just pulled it, and as soon as I pulled it, it just gushed blood down his face.
Thank you. 911's called by Jen McCabe. She's not hiding from anybody. She's trying to help. She's bringing attention to the situation. And when 911 comes, we have first responders. These people are heroes. Some of them, you heard from some of them, they were born to help people. That's what their life is about. The detail on all their mechanics, getting to work 2 hours early in the middle of the blizzard so that you're there on time so you can help people. These are the core of our community. Mr. Nuttall, this is what he does. He rushes to
Who's got
go
these
help.
people?
He's the first person on his knees. He doesn't know this person from anybody. But to him, it's another human being. This is his passion. Katie McLaughlin, first responder. This is not just a profession, it's her life. Yes, she knows Caitlin Albert. Do you think she went there that night at a party and set up a murder and came back? And so they tell you what happens at the scene. Some things hard to remember, some things people will never forget. When you're in a traumatic incident, sometimes it's something you'll never, ever forget. And Timothy Nuttall remembers speaking to the defendant. I hit him. Remember, he's on his knees. What happened? I hit him. I hit him. She is now coming to terms with the moment. Her fear is realized. She hit him, she clipped him, she didn't think he was mortally wounded, she panicked, she can't come to terms with it, so she has to bring people with her to face it, and now she's facing the reality of what she had done. And her emotion is overwhelming. I hit him, I hit him. She speaks to Miss McLaughlin. I hit him. Not that I hit him, could I hit him, perhaps I hit him, that was earlier. Now, she's recognizing what she did. I hit him. And these people are making it up. Anybody that says anything adverse or inconsistent or inconvenient is a liar or a perjurer or in on a conspiracy? Or is it that these good people who went there for a total stranger to do their duty to help happen to remember that she admitted what she had done? I know that doesn't reconcile with the boogeyman Proctor and the bad government. I know it doesn't reconcile with no DNA on this piece or that piece. I know it doesn't reconcile with everybody setting up the girl. I know that doesn't reconcile. But the reality is, you have independent, core people who hear her say, I hit him, I hit him. And the attempt is to portray everybody as a liar. But you don't have to rely just on these good people, although you should. You should. You don't have to, because we have a guide, and it's Karen Reed. Slide 17.
Her own words, once again.
So what you said was, did I hit him? I always said I hit him, but did I really say this many times as law enforcement's claiming I said it?
Thank you.
I know
I know it doesn't fit the theme, the theory, the story, but she tells you herself. She endorses those good people exactly what they had heard. She tells you herself, she hit him. It's undeniable, it's unmistakable, it's inconvenient. But the truth has a way of seeping up to the daylight. It can be oppressed and suppressed and pushed down and covered and twisted, but it rises. It rises. And it is not a coincidence. There's no coincidence that Mr. Nuttall and Miss McLaughlin hear exactly that. She tells you. And Jen McCabe, when she's sitting next to or standing next to Miss McLaughlin, she tells you that she saw or heard the same thing. Remember what happened to her on the stand when she had the audacity to say, I heard her say it? What happened to her? This woman who never even wanted to leave her home that day, pulled out into a storm to see her best friend dead. What happened when she had the audacity to say that? And now we know that the defendant herself said the same thing. And the funny thing, the ironic thing is, you will see in a photo when Miss McLaughlin, the firefighter, was speaking to the defendant, Miss McCabe was next to her. Miss McCabe was trying to protect her, trying to shut her up. Don't talk, you're upset, stop saying crazy things. The villain of this story was trying to help the defendant from incriminating herself. The irony. Could we have slide 9, please? This is the battery temperature. You're going to have a chance to look at it. If it wasn't so tragic, it is interesting. It is interesting if you like data. The 29, 12, 13, they're leaving the waterfall, 82 degrees, 12:22. In the car, 77 degrees, 12:37. About 3.5 minutes after the defendant collides with John O'Keefe, it's starting to go down to 72, 12:45, 66, 12:53, 61, and you see it drop and steady off. at 12 or 1:36. Remember, cell phone battery under him. John O'Keefe either struggling for life or he's passed. And the blood's still warm either way under him. Doesn't move again until 6:06. It drops down 7 degrees because the women are pulling on him. The cold air is hitting the battery. What happens at 6:15? You're going to see the video. You've seen it. Still photos. Carrie Roberts goes over, picks up the phone. Not only does she pick up the phone, she puts it in her pocket, and then 20 minutes later, the next meeting, the temperature rises. That's not convenient. That's not a coincidence. That's fact. That's data. And then the phone is passed, put in a warm environment, and it raises up. 6:15. How can someone conspire to pick up a phone on the side of a yard that was under Mr. O'Keefe's body at 6:15 and know the battery temperature was then going to rise? Not only did the battery temperature rise, when you look at the healthcare data, at 6:15 when she picks up the phone, you know what happens to the healthcare data, right? It starts to move. It's data. It's data. So, while they're going through this duress, the defendant asked Jen McCabe for yet another favor. Look up hypothermia. Find out how long it takes for someone to die in the cold. And there's Miss McCabe in her winter jacket, soccer mom, trying to help. She has MS. Her hands aren't working. She's trying to type in what's happening during that time. It's a frantic scene. She tells you that. The defendant then wants to run back to the ambulance, so she goes with her, never finishes or completes the input. And then she tries it again. At 6:23, at 6:24. That's what this woman did that night, that morning. Not only for her friend, for her. For her. That's what she did. And what happens to her after? Because the timestamp, when you open the timestamp, it's at the time it's open, and she's in bed at 2:27 looking up Hockomock Sports because she is so interested in the kids' sports, and that timestamp stays open. And she goes to that tab the next morning when she puts in how long to die in cold. And that is being portrayed that she's in a conspiracy. She gets vilified as a murderer, a soccer mom who came to help. It took Ian Whiffen 5 minutes to show you a live demonstration on how simple that works. That she's not deleting anything. Jessica Hyde told you it's automatic deletions over time. You usually can't delete that information. That's not a click and swipe like the good Dr. Wolf from Arca knows how to do. This can't be erased. But they still hold on to this.
I missed that the first time. Do you guys hear that? It's not a click and a swipe like the good Dr. Wolf from Arca knows how to do. Basically saying he deleted his text messages, right? I totally missed that one the first time. Freaking right, Hank. He says they keep those. Unlike Arca, it's another, tank at Arca. Like, they keep those, right? That was such a shot at Dr. Wolf, and it was a beautiful shot nonetheless because that was great. I did not hear that the first time around. Okay, back to Hank because he's freaking brilliant, of course. Do me a favor, guys. There's, closer to 400 of you watching on how many platforms. Do me a favor and hit the like button if you already haven't. If you'd like to donate to the channel, I've pinned a link at the top of the chat in YouTube. That's a link you can use for credit or debit if you don't have any of the payment apps that we have, which are Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, and we have Revolut for those of you out of country. You can also use the link if you're out of country. And then we have the good old super chat, super stickers, and memberships. I'm going to be doing members only live this upcoming week. I think I said Thursday. So make sure if you're not a member, you try to get to be a member before that live stream on Wednesday. It's my way of giving back. It's going to be nighttime one of to you guys for always being here with me and hanging in there and giving me your support. I appreciate it. We're just a little guy in a big YouTube world trying to grow, and I couldn't do it without you guys' donations or being members because I wouldn't be able to keep the channel afloat on my own. I'm a low-income disabled person who can't do it by myself. So I appreciate you guys, and my way of giving back is going to be doing a members only live on Thursday. All right. So let's get back to Hank because he's freaking brilliant. And I missed that the first time around. I totally missed that. I don't know how I missed it, but I missed it.
as they argue to you and all the injustices that have been done, they tell you, they want you to believe, or take a flyer on the fact that she looked up how long to die in the cold at 2:27. It is an absolute contrary to the science. There's no basis to support it, but they stand here in front of you. Why? Because every time they say something like that, you look the other way. Don't look at her. Look the other way. 2:27, look the other way. Don't look at what she did. Former Trooper Proctor, look the other way. Don't look at her. Every time they make those, oh, she got the glass from inside the Alberts, maybe in the basement. Look the other way. Don't look the other way. Look at the facts. Look at the data. And it all leads to one person. There's no grand conspiracy. It leads to one person, the defendant. And it's not just the data and facts. It's her herself. Let's talk about Mr. Proctor. You were invoked with this emotion early in the opening that this is a cancer. That's a tough word. Trying to evoke that primal reaction, disgust. I'm not saying you shouldn't be disgusted by the text messages. You should. You should. They're not defensible. I don't stand here and defend impropriety. I don't. But that doesn't change the physical evidence, the scientific evidence, and the data. He was terminated. He paid a penalty. He was held responsible for what he did. He should have been. He should have been. But that doesn't get a free pass. That doesn't change the facts. It doesn't change the physical evidence. It doesn't change the science. It's unfortunate. It's distasteful. It's dishonorable. Remember, Trooper McKennick was asked, was the investigation with honor and integrity? And he said it was. Was Trooper Proctor's effort honor and integrity? And he said it was integrity. But he never said honor. That's a man of honor. Military service, dedicated to his country, highest level of clearances to the President of the United States, now a state trooper. He would not say that Trooper Proctor was honorable. Because he wasn't. He wasn't. But that does not change. It doesn't create a conspiracy. It doesn't invent a dog. It doesn't make somebody in a house something they're not. It just doesn't. When you read those text messages, they're hard to look at. It's unfair. It's unfair. And if there's a penalty more than being fired, well, maybe that penalty would be deserved. But it has nothing to do with the justice in this case. It just doesn't. There's not one piece of evidence, not one, that we can look at and say, this was tampered with. This was planted. This was distorted. Remember when we introduced the taillights at the beginning? I didn't introduce 3 of the taillights, but then the defense did, so I put them in. Those were taillights that were only found by Trooper Proctor. I did not put that evidence in. Understanding those text messages and appreciating the disdain one might have for his comments. Not that there was any evidence of tampering, not that there was any evidence that it was not true, but I didn't put that evidence before you because we didn't need Trooper Proctor in this case. We don't need Trooper Proctor to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt. That's why I didn't introduce that evidence to you. Now, there's been a lot of talk about planting of taillight. We know the taillight wasn't planted because Trooper Buchanan and Mr. Proctor did not go down to Dighton to see Miss Reed until later in the afternoon. We know from the 507 video, we've seen that. We know the taillight was already missing when she's leaving the driveway. When the good Canton police detectives went to do a wellness check to care for those young children, and they went to the house, inadvertently, they didn't even know it, the dash cam captured the back of the car. The taillight packed with snow is missing. It's already gone. It can't be planted. At this point, Trooper Proctor's still in his pajamas. He's not even on the case. He's not even on the scene. He hasn't been near the car. And then the Dighton videos themselves, when you close it, you can take it at an angle and it moves, but if you get the right angle, you can see it's missing. It's gone. Can we have slide 18, please? .507. You can play any angle you want, but if you look at this angle, it's gone. You don't plant, it's already gone. You know where it is? 34 Fairview Road, on the Refield. January 29, 2022, 823. Look at the right-hand side. Look at the left-hand side. It's packed with snow. It's gone. It's gone. And the same thing when you do the videos, it's a different angle, a little smaller, but if you play that and watch the lenses go up and down and slow it down, you'll see it expands. It's gone. So when you have Dyke Officer Barrows come in here and try to tell you what he saw in the salad bar, couldn't have been it. You got to ask yourself, what interest does he have coming in here in this case? A lot of attention on this case. A lot of people
Especially
watching.
Changing his testimony from last
Comes
year.
in after, of course,
streamed it. I
driving
know.
all the way out to the defense attorney's hotel to meet in a conference room so he can get a subpoena. He spends 2 hours driving up and back so that he can conveniently get a subpoena that tells him to appear, which he could have got by fax or in the mail. And so when he comes in, what he says is, that's absolutely not what I saw. Absolutely not. And then he claims at the last time he testified, he had made the same statement. I showed him his transcript. And did you see the redness creep over his face? He never said this before. In fact, he testified to the opposite.
Yep.
And so he sits on the stand with a new story after a meeting, we don't know why, but then I show him that bottom right photo with the snow, with it missing, and I say, is this the way it looked?
Okay, then
That's
bye,
of course
Bert.
before the snow melts out of the salad port so that you can see it unexposed. And he says, yes, he had to agree.
Right, imagine.
This taillight was gone. There's no boogeyman, there's no plant, there's no Higgins at the salad port, there's no one tearing out pieces. In fact, remember I played you a clip and you'll have it where the defendant says, I was picking out pieces, it was crashed in, the bulb was showing, when I was showing Kerry and Jen, when they went back to Meadows. If you don't remember, listen to that clip, you'll hear it.
I have none.
Unfortunately,
Zero.
there's no
0
ring
bucks.
video when they go back to Meadows.
I have none left.
There's a ring video when she leaves, there's no ring video when she gets back.
Where'd they go? Where'd the ring videos go?
And so now when we're trying to look the other way, we want to find a dog bite. So enter Dr. Russell. Dr. Russell, according to her, nice woman, nice doctor, very accomplished. I respect that. She's the only dog expert in the world.
Ran out of
The
profit.
thing is, we know no idea what that expertise means. She volunteers for the job. She wants to be here, puts it on her profile, but she can't explain the methodology. What are you looking for in a dog bite? She can't tell us. It starts a year ago that it's claws, it's teeth, and then it's claws, then it's teeth, and then it's I don't know. And then when you look at each of the different parts of the abrasions, she says, well, I can't tell if I look at each one of them, but all together it's a dog bite. It's a dog attack.
Smartest person ever.
That is the masterful expertise that the defense has bragged about bringing in. Dr. Russell telling you, because she says this is a dog bite. She has never been in a forensic situation where she's looked at a wound and identified it as a dog bite before. This is the first time, the only time she's ever done it. And what she says is these are not punctures. Punctures means it goes into the skin, a wound. There's no punctures. And she's sure because she's an expert, so you should rely on her because she's coming in saying she's an expert and she's being presented. Yet, after saying there's no punctures, Dr. Laposada comes in and she sees punctures everywhere. It's an animal attack. It's a dog. How is it? No method, no methodology, no history of this, no prior testimony that we know of other than arbitrarily what she says. And she says the exact opposite of Dr. Russell. Why is that? How does that happen? So obviously there is no science to looking at an abrasion and saying where it came from. They give us no detail, they give us nothing that we should rely on, they contradict each other. It's just to get you to look the other way. And so we have now the issue of the defense has said over and over again, there's no collision, there's no collision, there's no collision. And they had a number of witnesses come in to try to say that. And they point to Dr. Scorti-Bello, who works at the medical examiner's office. She tells you that she doesn't see injuries consistent with a collision. She's looking at this case for 90 days. 90 days. The evidence in this case did not stop. It continued for 2 years. She knows nothing about the data, nothing about the black box, nothing about the interviews of Miss Reed.
Nothing.
She doesn't know about the DNA. She doesn't know about the shards in the arm or in the clothes. Strike that in the clothes. She knows nothing about that. So in 90 days, she didn't see any lower body injuries. She didn't see any lower extremity injuries, which are very common in car collisions. But that doesn't mean it didn't happen because she, in 90 days, saw a fraction of the information. a fraction. And we know now, argument back and forth for days about lower body injuries, the suggestion is a car accident can affect everybody differently depending on the angle, the scope, the speed. Some people can get plowed over by a car, have no injuries. Some people can get touched lightly and have more injuries. And there was the debate about no lower body injuries. Well, ARCA dispelled that in their dummy test, that you can have a collision with no lower body injuries. They did that for us. Thank you.
Thank you.
And
Thanks,
so
ARCA.
the idea that at the time in 90 days that she doesn't have enough information to say consistent with a car accident doesn't mean there was no car accident.
Thanks, ARCA. Appreciate you. Rescue Randy to the rescue.
Let me talk a little bit
Dun-dun.
about ARCA. I don't want to waste too much time with them.
Her hair got down.
What
Poor little hair.
expert who's supposed to come to you, they're not the arbiter of truth. Their opinions weigh no more than yours. Your common sense has more value than an expert's opinion. Their job is to assist you, to explain what their expertise is so that it's a tool for you so that you can make a decision. That's objectivity. We've heard words like confirmation bias, objectivity. Mr. Wolf got on the stand, and before we even started, you have to ask yourself, what expert has a court order for text messages and then deletes the text messages? What expert, what objective expert uses Signal, an encrypted app, to communicate about the case? Never used it before, hasn't used it since. And so when he did his tests, he used a lower weight arm. Wasn't trying to bash him, wasn't trying to insult him, tried to get him just to recognize that a 9.38 pound arm is less weight than John O'Keefe's metric, which would be 11.8. That's all, and because it's a lighter arm, it takes more speed to create the same damage. I don't know science, I don't know math very well, but that's basic. It's basic. And he fought me over and over again.
You sure did.
Did he seem objective that he was trying to help you? Because Dr. Renshaw came in the next day and said, well, you have to adjust for that. That's all I asked him for an hour about adjusting, just like Judge Welcher adjusted. Do you adjust it? And he tried to talk to me like I was making something up. His own colleague had to admit it. Now, it's funny, he admitted it before he got through his credentials. No sequestration order violations. Nobody was coaching him, but he knew enough to come in at the beginning and get right on that point. And speaking of sequestration, remember Dr. Russell on her limo ride over? If Brendan asks you a question, make sure you ask for a transcript. Impede the progress. Slow down the questioning. Interfere. Sequestration orders is so there's fundamental fairness for all witnesses, not just some. And so what happens with Dr. Renshaw, we don't know, but we do know he comes in here and he tells you that he was not getting information that was helping him the last time he testified. He insisted. I asked him 5 times, was he getting information that would help him in his testimony? Not from the defense, from his former employer. And he said, no, no, no. And at the end of the examination, he reads his transcript and it's yes, yes, yes. And he tells us that he's independent and objective. I asked him about a luncheon, not a big deal, just asking him about it. And he says, I have a sandwich and I stand in the corner until I remind him that we got video footage from a documentarian and he's in one of the scenes. And then things change. So when you talk about objectivity and who to trust, they can come in and say, Judge Welcher said this and that. It doesn't make it so. Judge Welcher, Dr. Welcher, never in any report, in any presentation, in any testimony to you, ever suggested this is how it happened. This was how his arm was. This is how his feet was. He was trying to show whether or not the orientation. Could this happen with the angle, with the height? That's all that test was. It was no more. But what they do is they reposture it, repackage it, and say it means this when it doesn't, and we're going to show you why it's not that, therefore we win. That's all that is. It's semantics. Judge Welcher, Dr. Welcher, never suggested that. And his work on text stream data, unassailable. And so what we have, inevitably, is we have a timeline that never moves, data that never changes, physical evidence that can't be put in that spot without a collision. We have, inevitably, proof, without any doubt, that on January 29, 2022, Ms. Reed was with Mr. O'Keefe and she got drunk. She drank. She was 2 to 3 times over the legal limit.
I love him.
And they went to a party, an after party, and they were fighting. They were fighting. It was a relationship in decline. And he got out of the car, and he had a brief window of life left. But when he got out, and she drove away, she couldn't let it go.
Nope.
She
Could
got
not.
drunk. She hit him. She left him to die. It's that simple. We don't know exactly how this collision happened, but we have a good idea from the physical evidence, and we know that it happened. Can someone have a collision without lower body injuries? Could I have slide 19, please? You bet they can. We don't know if this is the body position. We don't know if this is the exact speed, but what it tells us, this is viable. Look at the debris field. Look at his turn. Remember his sneaker on that curb that got lodged against the sneaker? Mr. O'Keefe then falls back, hits his head, counter coup, left to die.
There goes the shoe. Thank you, House of Beaver, for your $5 donation, my friend. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie, for your $10 donation.
Ladies and gentlemen, there is no doubt what happened that night. There is no doubt who did it. You have a very difficult task ahead of you when you consider the evidence and you consider the law. Very difficult. There are 3 charges. There is second-degree murder. Ms. Reed, when she chose to drive back at Mr. O'Keefe in that night with a 6,000-pound Lexus, in that anger, 75%, whether she meant to hit him or not, didn't mean to kill him, she hit him. Straight, it is a plain and strong likelihood of death. You would never get back down your driveway if your kids were at the end of the driveway. You'd say, what, are you going to kill somebody? You would never do it because you would expect, if you drove at them at that speed, that someone would die. That's second-degree murder. OUI manslaughter, she's drunk, she was reckless. She doesn't even have to know she hit him. She doesn't even have to know she hit him. But she did. She did. And she left a man who was kind and generous and thoughtful. She left him alone. She left him alone to die. Could I have slide 22, please? He is not an it. John O'Keefe is not a body. John O'Keefe is not a buffalo on a prairie. John O'Keefe was a person, and he was murdered by Karen Reed.
Right. And Hank just lays it out right there. Like, and he was murdered by Karen Reed. He's not an it. He's not a buffalo on a prairie. I don't know how old Hank is. I looked. It wouldn't tell me. I'm guessing he's maybe, I don't know. It doesn't say how old exactly he is. I don't want to guess because you never want to guess someone's age if you're not right. Yeah, that's a good list of some of them. That's a very good list of some of them, Jennifer. And then you add in the ones that, started onto this case, like LTL and, the ones that started out with this before these people jumped on the train, It's sad. Oh, Hank definitely knows he has a fan club. Definitely knows that he has a fan club. I know Rescue Randy just totally saved the day. Thanks, Rescue Randy. We appreciate you. We should buy Rescue Randy some dun-dun-ah Superman underwears. Next time he has to do testing, dun dun and you can just Rescue Randy can just yell dun dun right? Maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's what it is, Casey. Maybe that's what it is. He's very brainy. I want to pick his legal brain so badly. I am getting, I don't care. I will wish it into reality. I am getting a goddamn interview with Mr. Brennan. I don't care. I want to pick his legal brain so badly. Like, he's very smart. Very smart. And the people that I know that know him say he doesn't, like, he's a workaholic. Like, he does not leave any stone on. He's always looking back at something to see if he can do it better. Always. Pat Brown does have a channel, yeah. I saw her blip on this. It was very good. Oh, that would have been great. That would have been great. I mean, I think she knows ultimately she was screwed, but it is a difficult task. Look at all of the things, over 200 pieces of evidence, and there was way more, you know, that you can put into evidence, all the things they didn't put into evidence that they could have. Like, this was a Herculean task that Hank Brennan took on here, you know? ARCA always be self snitching. They be dry snitching on themselves. That's what we call dry snitching here in Boston. It's when you tell on yourself without actually meaning to tell on yourself. Dry snitching on yourself. Like, so I mean, as Alan Jackson screams, "There's no collision, there's no collision, there's no collision." That was like his famous thing to say, right? There was no collision, there was no except all of the evidence says that there was, sir. That was a really good point. Would you back up at 24 miles an hour out of your driveway? No, probably not. You already subscribed. It was a masterclass. It definitely was. Yeah, he was not a buffalo on a prairie. He was not an it. He was not a body. Karen called him that body at one point. That body did not hit my car, she said. You know, that's more of what Alan Jackson is there for, is the entertainment value of a lawyer. Hank's 57, Amber says. Looks pretty good for 57. Good for Hank. Good for him. He's about almost 20 years older than me. Looks pretty good for 57, if you ask me. You know what I'm saying? Good for you, Hank. I know he's married, ladies. I'm sorry. I apologize. Hank is married and has kids. He probably had his back facing her, I'm guessing. If he did try to jump out of the way, he probably, like John says, barely made it and was clipped. But he could have been walking back towards the car to talk to her again and was clipped. We don't know. We have no idea. The best thing that makes sense is that his back was facing the car at the time. And maybe he tried to even move out of the way towards the grass when he heard the car backing up. Maybe he even turned his head and looked. But the best thing that makes sense is his back was facing that car, or at least the side of him. He turned at some point. Usually if you knew it's going to impact, your body would automatically, you would try to almost like curl up and cover whatever you could. And again, I only know that because I am a victim of domestic violence. I should say survivor. I don't like the word victim. From a long time ago, feels like a lifetime ago. But that's part of PTSD and CPTSD, which is why I have complex post-traumatic stress disorder. And that's what your body does, is it tries to protect itself. Even if you're not thinking about it, it's an automatic sort of reaction. Your brain is telling your body, protect yourself. Same reason why you try to put arms down if you fall, or it's so that your body automatically tries to protect itself. That too, Lisa. Hey girl, hey. He's definitely not single. He has a wife. Listen, he's a smart guy. I admire him. I do. Especially because even in the Whitey Bulger case, the victims of that case, family members of the victims of that case, actually came and gave Hank a hug and thanked him, because he wasn't there to get Whitey off. That wasn't what his job was when it came to the Whitey case. His case was for Hank to get out the government corruption part, the Fed corruption part. That was his part of the job for that case. And so the families thanked him for doing that part of it, because a lot of it had been hidden for a long time and they wanted the truth out. And Hank did that. And so that was a rare instance where a defense attorney actually gets a hug and a thank you from victims' families. I thought that was really, really big of the families. And it just shows character. Yeah, that would have rubbed me the wrong way too. The just constant screaming, the Alessi screaming, like all of it, the gaslighting, that would have drove me nuts. Margaret is my connection to Hank. Well, hey, Margaret, I need your help. I mean, I can always just email him. He has 2 emails, one for like him through the Commonwealth and one through him, his own office. But it's always worth a shot. You know what I mean? Like, hey, We want an interview, sir. We would love to pick your brain. Oh, interesting. Good to know. I know somebody who knows him too, so I might have them ask. I don't want to ask until this is over because obviously I don't listen. I've already the cult already thinks that I've conspiracized and then I am part of said conspiracy. All I have been accused of being in this conspiracy. I kid you not when I say that. It's so ridiculous, but and absurd, but it's literally something that's happened. I literally kid you not. So hey, it is what it is. He does look much younger, right? Right? He does. He does. I give him props. 57 is a damn good 57, that's for sure. I would have guessed 40s too. That's why I was like, I don't want to guess if I'm wrong because you never want to like overshoot it on someone's age for sure. Especially women, men don't do that. Learn, don't do it. But I would have guessed 40s as well. I definitely would have guessed 40s. I definitely would not have guessed 57. He does have children, yeah. Yeah, that was part of her way of distancing herself, you know? You're welcome. Thank you, Anna. I mean, hey, you never know. Someone can look much younger or older than they really are. You never know, you know? It's a crime media. I'm gonna have to write that down because I would never remember that. Thank you for that. I do know somebody else that actually knows him. So I just knew that I wouldn't reach out until after this was over. You know, he's got enough going on. He doesn't need random people like me calling him or emailing him for no reason. You know, I will send evidence to the DA's office via email through his official email if that's what needs to happen. No worries. I had planned on doing a live stream yesterday to keep everybody focused, Debbie, but most people know I have my oldest daughter has a lot of health issues. She has a terminal illness and it's got a lot going on, and I also have other kids, and my biological dad isn't doing so hot. So I had other things I unfortunately had to do last minute, and so I couldn't do the live stream yesterday. But and today was late. I apologize for being late, guys, but you got to give me it's a little something. It is Father's Day. I had to do some of that stuff before I came here, you know? I think she's drunk in that interview. She looks like she's slurring, you know? If I mean, I don't know. Would you want his wasted talent on being a judge though? For me, if I was Hank, I wouldn't want to be a judge. To be fair, I wouldn't want to be a judge. That'd be like wasted talent. Like, look at all that talent. All that talent he has. I wouldn't want it wasted on being a judge. And I wouldn't, you know, that would be fun. She's more than, listen, I have like open panel, like anybody who ever wants to come up can. I don't care if you have one subscriber, no subscribers, a million subscribers. I'm not that kind of channel. I really think it's sad that some of the bigger channels, they will not have someone on unless they have a certain amount of subscribers. Like if you don't have 50,000 or 30,000 or 10,000 or something convenient to around the same as them, they won't have you on. I don't have that policy here because even if I had a million, I believe in helping other people. I have for a long time. And so if I can help somebody else with some subscribers that's just starting out and is trying to grow, then I'm more than happy to do it because we should be helping each other, not knocking each other down. And I feel like YouTube's one of those places where people are like, well, you don't have enough subscribers to offer me any subscribers. So why would I want to have you on? And it's like, okay, well, you're probably missing out on some really intelligent, insightful people by doing that. So I don't believe in doing that. But I also, once again, most of you know, I don't believe in not reading everyone's comments or not putting up most of, I mean, let's face it, once my channel gets bigger, I probably won't be able to do every single comment. But what I will be able to do is see all your names and hit on at least one of your comments and still discuss things I see as they're going by. You know what I'm saying? That's the kind of stuff. I don't believe in just only reading the ones that are super chats. I think it's a little sketchy, a little shady. And then you miss out on the people that have something to say that's intelligent or insightful or even funny. Like, I don't believe in all that. It's just silly for me. But again, that's just the way I do things. I understand why other YouTubers don't, and I don't knock them. I understand. But I'm a different kind of person. Maybe it's because my grandparents helped raise me and I'm just an old soul. Sometimes I think that's what it is, you know? Okay. Thank you, Scorpio. And I will check the porch when I leave here, and I will message you to let you know. I would hope no one would want to, but if you go back to like Richard Ramirez, the Night Stalker, and all those women that were like writing Richard Ramirez, and and he admits in like an interview, like, I'm a bad person, I would kill people. It's a crime media. I think that's what I wrote, right? It's a crime media. Yes. Thank you. 56. I love that. See? Thank you guys. Born in 68. Interesting. You don't? I do. I do. Yeah, I don't mind. Here in Massachusetts, it's like a thing now. Everybody calls everybody, ma'am, miss, or sir. It's like a younger generation thing. So I'm just like, not a ma'am. That's my mother. You gotta feel the confidence, Lou. You have to trust in Hank, and I trust in Hank. He is the one that picked this jury, helped pick this jury, and I believe that if there were any issues with any of them, he would have called it out already. You know, me either, Amber. You're totally welcome. Well, yeah, but some people, especially men, they don't always like. I'll tell you, my husband doesn't have a TikTok. He might watch Facebook Shorts. He calls Snapchat and Instagram Snapagram because it doesn't use either. He calls Instagram and Twitter Insta Twitter because he doesn't use either of those either. Um, so realistically, some people don't really use all social media like that. Some people do, and some people don't. So I feel like I think it's her own words that's going to bite her in the behind, Lou. I do. I think she's got to be found guilty of at least the OUI manslaughter. There's no doubt she was drinking and driving and shouldn't have been. That's very, very clear. And for me, to me, that makes more sense that they would find her on if they didn't want to do murder too, that they did a lesser included. But there's no doubt that they get her on leaving the scene. She clearly left the scene. Okay. And she was drinking and driving. So those are 2 of the 3 of the charges. And if you don't want murder too, give her manslaughter. I don't know how you get around giving you couldn't possibly give her not guilty on all those. That wouldn't make any sense. It would not make any sense. Thank you, Woodstock. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I will use the hashtags. I know I've been slacking on not using hashtags. I probably should. Hashtag true crime. I should. Thank you. She is. That's true. Right? Don't get Karen Reeded, okay? Don't. Well, that's the thing. Is she clearly already had an explosive, angry reaction to things, and that should have been a red flag. But as humans, especially someone we're with, we want to give the benefit of the doubt that they're just mad and will cool off. You don't ever think that they're actually going to do something that could harm you. And that's what she did. That's awesome. Good for Hank. I think she's a flight risk. I think she should have already been there. But again, that's what happens when you have money, you know? It is possible. I have not figured out how to do that yet. You know what, Ink? That's something I'll look into when I get out of here with you guys. Let's see if I can figure that out for you guys. That would be fun. I think that would be fun. I will look into that when I'm done with you guys today and see if I can't get something like that up and running for us tomorrow. That would be fun. I think that's a fun idea. He is. He is. He doesn't mind me being here with you guys on Father's Day, so that's pretty good, you know? It's pretty good. I can't believe anything she says either, to be fair. She attacked a woman she doesn't even know and wrote a bunch of stuff that wasn't even true about Lindsay, so I can't take anything that that woman says with any sort of anything, you know? My stomach would be in knots if I was, Paul and Peggy as well and John's dad. So no, my streaming schedule is usually 8:30 a.m. during trials. Okay, so I'm gonna have to. Usually it's 8:30 a.m. during trials, not during expect East Coast trials at least. Usually I do like a 9:30 if there is no trial on to do whatever case or talk about whatever. That's gonna change only because the kids are almost out for the summer for school, so I'm gonna have to figure a new schedule out. I'm not sure if I'm gonna still do mornings, afternoons, both, mix it up a little. I haven't quite figured that out yet, but for now it's still 8:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. But any changes, and I will let you guys know, usually in the Discord or make a post on YouTube itself or on my Twitter. So any changes, you guys will know. Murder 2, yeah. Murder, Hank explained it beautifully, beautifully, how Murder 2 applies here in Massachusetts, because it's not the same in every state, remember. There are different elements in every state. And so he explained it here in Massachusetts the way that it is. And remember, we are going to do a show with all the transcripts from the sidebars. I can't request those until the trial is officially over. But the day that it's officially over, I'm going to send the email in to get the records request for the transcripts for all of the sidebars for the trial. And that might take them a couple days to get it to me. So we are going to do a show on all the sidebar transcripts, at least everything that they don't redact. And they shouldn't be redacting anything unless it has to do with the federal investigation. So I guess we'll find out how much of that stuff was stuff that had to be sidebar or not, Yeah, I know about the Kaylee stuff privately, and so a lot of that didn't get brought in. Like, the jury heard it, but didn't get brought into like the public sphere last trial, and it was just really sad, really sad that she was woken up the way she was, and Karen was screaming and made her call Jen at 4 something in the morning, and it was awful. She's a minor child. You're waking her up, you're screaming, you're saying her uncle is missing and he's probably hit by a plow and dead, and then you make her call Jen McCabe, and then you're screaming that. Like, can you imagine being Kaylee in that moment? That poor kid. That poor kid. I mean, anybody should be able to see a crazy white woman. And I'm half white, okay? I'm a weird mix. I'm Spanish, Portuguese, and Irish. It's about justice for the family and for all the people she has hurt, Always good to keep conversations going. And we have a lot of other cases and trials, and there are, the Sandra Birchmore case is one that I've covered before. My friend who's gone missing, and FBI is offering a $10,000 reward. He's been missing almost 20 years. It's a long time, and anything I can do to help bring him home, I'll do. And we've covered him a couple times. We've covered a lot of other cases. We'll try as long as we possibly can to continue to cover cases, Before lunch would be a little iffy. After lunch, maybe. I would guess if we got one, it would be after lunch. It could be right before, maybe after, or end of day. I wouldn't think it would be any sooner than that, honestly. I have no idea because I didn't watch her stuff, so somebody might else have to tell you. Somebody else a lot of people say Tuesday or Wednesday. Some people are guessing Tuesday. Yeah, we're gonna have the sidebar party. That's what we're gonna have. We have sidebar. We have sidebar music. Let's just play it just for funsies because it is still funny. We probably won't get many of them to play again. So hey, why not? So, yes. So in Massachusetts, we use what's called the JERS, JERS, JERS system. So that laptop, that clean laptop they sent into the jury, they will have all the clips, every piece, every exhibit that was entered into evidence, they will be able to look at in the jury room. So that is part of it's called what we use is called the JERS system. It's supposed to be a touch screen that they can look at all the pieces of evidence, enlarge them, look them over, etc., etc. But they will have all of the clips, every one that Hank played. They will have access to all of the charts, the PowerPoints, all of it. They will have everything that was entered into evidence as an exhibit. They will have all of that. No, her videos weren't last trial because she did them during the first trial. And so they were obtained after the first trial. And so that's all, well, that's the sad part, Kings, is it doesn't matter, at all costs. It doesn't matter who it hurts. It doesn't matter what lies they are. It doesn't matter, the damage that they do to innocent people. That's the sad part. That's kind of what happens when dealing with people like that. Well, I think they've been given a heads up that they're going to need more security for sure. So yeah, not the ones he didn't show. Anything that he didn't show, unless it was entered. So there were certain things that were entered as exhibits but weren't shown to us, the public. Things like gory pictures and whatnot. Those things that were entered into evidence but not shown to us will be given to the jury. But I don't think that there were any clips that were entered that weren't shown to us. Yeah, they can look at them in any order they want. They can decide on the last one first and then go up. However, they probably take a poll at some point after looking at the evidence and see where everybody stands and see if they can agree one by one on any of them first. Yeah, they can go back as long as they ultimately answer the question of them. Yeah, they can. Peggy's a rock star. Strongest woman I know, Well, there are videos. I mean, she says in the clip, I know that I said that I hit him, but I don't know if I said it as many times as law enforcement is saying that I said it. Well, her team claimed in the trial that she never said it. And there she is admitting that she said it. So I don't think that's going to work well for her. And so that's kind of a video of her confessing in a way, because she's saying, I know that I said it. I just don't know if I'm saying I said it as many times as law enforcement is saying that I said it. So yes, tomorrow. Positive thoughts for tomorrow, guys. Positive. Don't be stressed. Woosah. I got the same thing going on with my biological dad. He's not doing well at all. He's in so much pain he can barely talk. So, I feel your pain there. And listen, if you need anything or you just want to scream or laugh or talk, you know where to find me. My email is in the description of the video. And you guys can always instant message me on Discord, personally, privately. Just the same way, You are not alone, my friend. Believe me, I get it. If it goes a week, that means we're in trouble for a hung jury, It's not. And that's the thing, is this is not a hard case. It's really simple if you stick to the evidence and you drown the noise out. It's really, really, really simple. Yes, we have a Discord for the channel. I will try to have Freak maybe put it in, if he's still here, in the chat, or maybe even Jesse, if she's still here. One of you guys, one of my mods, Scorpio, one of you guys, one of you. Well, that's the thing. They need to follow the facts, the evidence, and the law. Sorry, my little just made slime, and she was very proud of her slime. Can I show them? No. Well, Jen is a soccer mom. That's what she is. She's a mom who takes her kids to sports, and it's like you want to blame a soccer mom who came out to help, I think the whole point is she has kids that play soccer too. Her daughter Allie plays soccer, soccer and basketball. So they have a couple different sports. Their kids. She has more than one kid. She has I think 4 daughters, if I'm not mistaken. I think it's four. I have three, so I think it's four that she has. Um, but if they just follow the facts, the law, and the evidence, this should not be hard. It should not. I'm pretty confident myself. Thanks, Kings. I appreciate that. I lost, my dad who adopted me when I was 4 or 5, my stepdad. He was my dad my whole life. That was daddy to me, and that's where I got this tattoo from. That says daddy, and it has a cross with the angel wings on the cross, and then the rosary beads that go here, and it says daddy. But I do have a biological dad. I didn't meet my biological dad until I was a grown adult. But we still have a relationship because he's still my biological dad. And so I think it's harder when you have a parent that's sick, especially when you've already lost a parent. I've already lost one dad, and that's still hard all the time. And I don't think I'm ready to lose another. And that seems to be what's happening. So, I feel for any of you who are taking care of your parents. I have to do the same with my dad, and it's not easy because he doesn't live nearby. So I have to and I don't drive. So it's a whole nother level of, making sure I can get over there and clean his dishes and clean up, he can't walk anymore, really. So he walks with like a walker, and even then he falls. So it makes me nervous. He can't open his own pill bottles. I have to crack them open so that he can get to them. Because if I'm not there and nobody's there to help him, he can't do it himself. So, I know a lot of you are taking care of your parents right now. And believe me, I get it. I do. I understand it. So you're not the only ones. If you need anyone to talk to, believe me, I will always answer. It might take me a minute, but I will always answer. Yeah, my dad has neuropathy as well, so I think that's makes it hard for him to walk and stuff too. But losing one dad and then having another that's very sick is definitely difficult for sure. Having any parent that's sick or a family member is sick, especially coupled with your own child, it's a lot for any one person. It's a lot, you know. Yeah, exactly. If this was a normal child, we would already be done. We would already be done, you know. Peggy and Paul, they've dealt with quite a bit, they've quite a bit. So that's the Discord link right there, Debbie, above your comment. Thank you, Freak. And yeah, she told everybody she did it. Basically, she's numerous first responders. It's all my fault, you know. He does always beat you to it. He's quick on the trigger. Well, that's everybody wants to blame Proctor, but he just said out loud what everyone was thinking anyway, I totally get that. Listen, I feel you on that. My biological dad only has 2 daughters, and my older sister lives nowhere near here. She lives out of state, and so I'm it. That's it, just me. So she I never let her put her face in the camera, and I know her. If I had let her just show the slime, she would have popped her little head in. So that's why I said no. Yeah, that's the sad part is, people tried to help, and John took the kids in when his sister died and his sister's husband died, and then these kids have to then go to their grandparent. It's just sad, the whole thing, just really sad. That's really sad, Debbie. I'm sorry to hear that. 6 hours is a good amount of time, you know? That's really sad. What? Another podcast is saying that Karen Reed did not hang up on Jen McCabe. She did hang up on Jen McCabe. She literally hung up. She also hung up on Carrie when she said, Carrie, John's dead, click. And then she called back. She was doing this thing where she was hanging up and then calling back. She did that to more than one person that night. So, yeah, see, that's tough. That's hard. Like that I'm sorry. That's terrible. because they want to believe in a conspiracy. So what better thing to do than get a pat on the back from a sewer turtle that says bad stuff about the mother of the deceased? And if you follow his lead, he'll give you a pat on the back and say you're cool. And so that's what they do. It's really, really sad, but that they even need that kind of pat on the back. But it's completely different. Trial 2 is completely different than trial 1. But even in trial 1, they did not believe the conspiracy. They did not buy the conspiracy. So what would make you think in trial 2 they were buying the conspiracy when they didn't in trial 1? It is. It sucks. Maybe he could be, but I'm confident. I'm pretty confident. Well, that's called karma, and like I told you guys, I believe in karma. I believe in it. I do. Good for her though. 93. Good for her. But you're a good daughter. My aunt has a cat that my grandmother had. My grandmother's been gone since my youngest was born, so like 8 years ago. And that cat is almost 17 and still kicking. Oh yes, I remember the preceded by a did and proceeded by a question mark. They didn't try to sell that this time around. She didn't even try to sell that this time around in the documentary. It is an app. It's an app. Some channels have their own like channel on that app. It's sort of kind of like Reddit, but not quite. You can share pictures, videos, information, memes, pet pictures, recipes. We do all that. So, I mean, you just have to download the app and then click on that link and you should be in there. Try to make your name the same one you have here, or at least if you don't make your name the same one over here, just tell everybody it's you so that they know it's you. Oh, he said that twice. He was like, "You don't like that question, do you?" And then he asked another. He was like, "Oh, I don't like that question again." It was masterful. It was very masterful. Well, I mean, even in that documentary, she sounded like she was slurring, and I questioned that. Like, does she sound? Is it just me, or does she sound? And then people are like, "No, it's not just you. She sounds like she might have been, having a few before she did that." It's like, why would you do that? Why? I loved that one about Arca. I guess I didn't hear that one before. I guess I did not hear that. Yeah, he's like, "Oh, you don't like that one either? No, you don't like that question either." He was better than Lally. I think Lally was given a task that no one person without some sort of help could have done. And it was just him and Lauren McLaughlin. So I'm glad that they brought in someone else that definitely was able to handle the task. Hank has a lot of experience in bigger cases involving the federal government, things of that nature. So he was a great pick, that's for sure, for someone who's, you have to remember, the person has to agree to do it too. So that means Hank was like, "Yeah, I'll do it." And they asked him and he said, "Yeah." Sing songs. Hey, I wouldn't mind songs, I don't think. His sense of humor is funny, but he definitely shows how ridiculous some of this stuff is, Like, is that the story? Is that the story? Yeah, sorry, Clobbler. You're in the wrong place. Well, that's probably what she's doing if I had to guess, No worries, Debbie. Well, could be. It could be the last of her drinks. That's for damn sure. And Cryer says, "I was glad that Hank mentioned what I have said from day one of learning of this case 2 years ago. Why didn't she ever go to the Albert door in Fairview and just knock and ask, 'Do you know where John is?'" It's a good question. Why? Why didn't she? Or do you know who he left with? Or what happened? Is he sleeping on someone's couch? He didn't come back to the house. Well, we know why. Because she knew he wasn't inside that house, which is why that story didn't come about until over a year later. She told the MSP officers that she didn't see him go in the house. So that's why they never looked there. And also the screaming outside kind of ruined the whole, if they had probable cause to go in the house, which, by the way, they did go in the house that very morning. So that whole, they never went in the house BS. They did that very morning. right behind Jen McCabe. So, you know, it's funny when you're fed BS and you never check the information or you just ignore it when the part of the information that you thought was correct was wrong, and you just go, oh, well, they're corrupt. They're just going to say that. Then you're just going to say that about every piece of evidence. And that's where we've gotten with this cult like movement. You know, I'm not either. I'm not. I have a lot of faith in Hank Brennan, and I think he put it together beautifully. I think he explained it beautifully. I think he gave the jury everything that they needed to go back there and say, all right, this is what he said. Let's see if we can match these things. This is what the defense said. Let's see if we can match what they claim. The problem with that is they can't match anything the defense claimed, but what they can match are the things that Hank gave. And to me, that is the nail in her coffin is ultimately her own words. Those clips, in my opinion, are going to bury her. And I mean, even one of the jurors from last trial said with those clips, he would be leaning towards guilty if he was on this jury. So what's that tell you? If nothing else, take that as a little grain of what could be to come. Okay. She will be. If there's alcohol in her system, they have to treat her. That's standard now. So she'll go to Framingham and they will put her in the HSU unit and they will give her things like Librium to detox her off of any alcohol that's in her system. In my opinion, she should just suffer. That's, she should suffer the way she made other people suffer, So hey, I am confident that there will be some guilty verdicts tomorrow or the next day. I think it could be as early as tomorrow. I think if we get into Wednesday and Thursday, then you're definitely looking at a hung jury, but I just don't see that happening at all. Not even a little bit. I think that it's very clear to me that I don't know how they couldn't come back with at least one or two guilty verdicts out of the things that she's charged with, or one of the lesser includeds. So remember, even if they don't agree on murder too, they don't have to say, okay, she's not guilty then. They have things like manslaughter OUI to say, okay, we don't think it's murder too, but we think it could be, we'll agree to manslaughter OUI. So there's a very real possibility that maybe they just take a lesser included, but I am going to wrap this up. I did not watch them pick the jury because they don't show us the jury's faces. But we did watch the parts where they were doing jury picking. We've watched the trial since pre-trial, the first one. So exactly. If Lally could get 9 last time to convict, then I fully believe that Hank could get them all to convict, That's my 2 cents, y'all. Like, oh, there will be several lawsuits coming her way along with the one, yep, she already has from the O'Keefe's. And yeah, I think they're suing the Waterfall and maybe McCarthy's as well. And then make no mistake, the Sewer Turtle will be buried in lawsuits from now until the rest of his miserable life, hopefully. So, yeah, Mallory Beach's his family did sue. You got that right. I'm gonna wrap this up. I love your stinking faces. I've been here 4 hours with you guys. I have some other family stuff I got to do today, but we will be back at 8:30 in the morning. So don't you fret, because we will be here Eastern Standard Time, 8:30 tomorrow morning, and I'll be waiting for all of you. Do me a favor on your way out, if you already haven't, is hit the like button and hit the subscribe button. If you're not a member, buy a membership, be a member. We're going to have a members only live this week. So buy a membership, be a member. If you'd like to donate to the channel to keep us bringing you this content, we rely on donations from you guys to keep us rolling. We have multiple ways of doing so. We have Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Revolut. We have the link that's pinned inside of the chat. We also have all of those things in the description of the video itself and on the YouTube channel's main page as well. All those options there, along with the Amazon wish list, I think. I love your stinking faces. And any, of course, as always, any donations we get when I'm not live, I will read them tomorrow morning when I come back. I love you all, and I will see you all at 8:30 in the morning tomorrow morning. Everybody have a fantastic rest of your Father's Day and weekend. Bye, everybody.